Simply had no idea. None at all.
It's bad.
They don't tell you.
We're just bland about it. They call it urban collapse, and it's nobody's fault.
Yes, but the savagery.
You should see Paris or Rotterdam.
Little suburban streets with dead bodies. Well, I'd never believed it till I came down here this week.
Where do you live?
Quite out of all this. In a cottage by a loch in the west of Scotland. Oh, it's dreadful. It's dreadful.
Look, don't stay. Go now if you like. I'll help you. Try and get you on a train.
This is Bristol. It's Friday. It's 5 o'clock. World War III, week 24. Welcome to the Bristol Politics Show on Friday the 7th of August 2026. Well, World War III and politics seems to be having its silly season at the moment in August. We're streaming live from the Coomber Centre, close by the Merchant Venturers headquarters, Bristol City Centre it's called. Don't believe a word we say on the 7th of August, by the way, 2026. Don't believe a word we say, but we do try to share some moments of clarity from this Templar port turned merchant venturer fiefdom in the city of London's UK empire of lies. Bristol's only national news show, coming you live on the talkradio.org.uk stream, djplugradio.co.uk in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, holylandradio.com, 87.7 FM, West Sweden, Wisconsin, and live on the Bristol Politics Show app, available free from GitHub and Apple App Store at thisweek.org.uk, but not available from the ever-increasingly evil CIA Play. Google Play, that is, aka. This show's repeated at 11 p.m. on Fridays and at 11 and 5 a.m. and p.m. all week on the Talk Radio stream, except 5 p.m. on Monday to Thursday, when we bring you the Richie Allen Show live. Tonight, it's a bit of a special since we're going into the silly season. We were supposed to have a guest for Reform today, but she pulled out yesterday. She's got problems with her kids, medical stuff. She'll be here next week, she says. So tonight we're going to be doing, well, we're completely guest-free, so we don't have to bother ourselves with politicians or so-called politicians of any sort, even ex-ones like last week. What we will be looking at this week is a whole load of little investigations that have been ticking away, been sitting, which I could have and should have, but didn't have time for the last few weeks. One of them is this Haroon Aswat character. He's the mastermind of the 7/7 London bombings, many believe, because he was on the phone to the 4 alleged bombers before the bombings that morning on the 7th of July 2005, 20 times. The police found, but then he's never been arrested, and he said they've actually sectioned him under the Mental Health Act when he came back to Britain. Apparently he's just mad. Maybe he's told police, yes, I was involved, I organised various things to do with it, but they've decided that actually he's mad. And so we can't believe him. But anyway, Haroon Aswat has now been let out, amazingly, last week. Apparently there's still some sort of mental health supervision going on. The Yorkshire Post has published an article saying that they're worried that he's coming back to Yorkshire, but actually he was mainly based in London, and he was based at the Finsbury Park Mosque, along with Abu Hamza, so part of this organisation, Al-Majaroon. And one of the most horrifying aspects of all of this, without going too much into the story, which we will in a bit, is that he's got tens of thousands of pounds of legal aid, yet the victims of 7/7 at the public inquiry were denied any access to legal aid, nor to question the authorities. They weren't allowed to at the inquest led by Lady Justice Hallett. Anyway, Haroon Aswat is going to be a bit of a theme today, and his release. Then we'll be hearing about David Miller. He's our local Dr. David Miller, was Professor David Miller at Bristol University. He's an academic sociologist I've known for probably over 20 years. And David is in Switzerland today. So he did say, David, would you like to come in? He said, I'm sorry, I'm going to be in Switzerland on Friday. And he has just won his appeal against Bristol University. He already won an employment tribunal, but the Bristol University is so awash awash with cash and Zionism, that they decided they were going to spend that money on lawyers to try and overturn his successful victory in the employment tribunal. Anyway, David has now overturned that, and he's won that case. So Zionism is now, anti-Zionism is now a protected characteristic for anyone here in the UK. So it's not, the attempt basically to conflate Zionism and Judaism has failed, thanks to David. And also we'll be looking at adverse possession. This is this idea that if you squat a building or a piece of land, that you can keep it, and after 12 years that it's yours. Well, no, that apparently is not the case anymore. But I think I've managed to find a guy called Ed Revel is the last person in the UK to have managed to actually get title to his land through adverse possession. Another subject tonight, I did promise it a few weeks ago, is Doctor Who, ? That's Richard Cottrell's book about beaching, and I have an interview with Richard, who died sadly in about 2017, but his book is absolutely amazing. I've just finished it. It's called Doctor Who, Bomber Beaching and His War on the Railways, and it is really a marvellous polemic. He's not pulling any punches, and he was a journalist that worked right the way through from the 1950s and 60s right the way through till the noughties, and he goes right the way up to talk about rail track, Channel Tunnel and all this sort of thing as well. But he's just got a very, very clear view of what was such a disaster about closing our railways down. As I said, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, 30 times more energy it takes to send someone by plane from Bristol to Frankfurt. So why not send them by train and use 30 times less energy? It's per mile, that is. So that's Richard Cottrell and Doctor Who. We'll also be looking at the Crystal Palace, the burning down of the Crystal Palace in 1936. I've managed to get hold of an interview with a guy that's a former fireman that did an investigation in the 1950s and 1960s and published his book into what really caused the accident or arson, his book is. And so what really caused the Crystal Palace to burn down in 1936. And we'll be looking a little bit at royalty, and finally the Abolition. This is a absolutely mind-blowing little story. I found it amazing. In 1977, Martin, did you know this? The GLC discussed abolishing the City of London.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Isn't that interesting? Maybe that was why they themselves got the knife in the back under the Thatcher years. Anyway, I'm Tony Gosling. Thank you for turning off the psycho in the corner that gaslights us with its zero trust agenda, accelerationist psyops, bends our minds with Orwellian BBC Verify, and then bores us to tears with its vacuous celebrities, puff pieces on the conspirators, hatchet jobs on the heroes. All the nice celebrities seem to be dying off, don't they? No, the new ones have got any personality or soul at all, hardly. For those with eyes to see and ears to hear, these so-called solutions to multiplying crises, that's housing, unemployment, Gaza, Ukraine, healthcare, competence, obesity, migrants. The thing on obesity this week, yeah, there's a surprise. The pharmaceutical industry are poisoning us with obesity drugs. Migrants, prisons, farming, cost of living, climate, these Armageddonist solutions crafted to make every crisis worse. Nick Land and his social Darwinists running Albert Pike's Zionist Armageddon plan want us as slaves to their AI, or dead maybe even. Meanwhile, wife-murdering pantheist Wef King Tampon Charlie and his vampire queen Carmela wage war on the British public, as well as Iran, China, Russia and the BRICS, anyone who's not in their little death cult. The Crown prosecutes us for praying for unborn children. And the only right they wanted us to have is the right to kill ourselves. That seems to have been kicked into the long grass, thank God. Hitler was the prototype. Now, Chaos Lord Netanyahu is rolling out a red carpet for a Zionist Antichrist Messiah to come. But it's not the end of the world. Or is it? Martin, I wonder if we just want to start with the this business of the Greater London Council, because in the 1980s it was fantastic, the GLC. The fact was that London was voting the Labour Party and Ken Livingstone in to run the council for the whole of London, and this was right across the road from the Houses of Parliament, County Hall, and they would have their unemployment figures sticking them in the face of facing across the River Thames towards Parliament, so all the parliamentarians could see what their policies were doing to national employment.
Yes, I remember the era very well. I was living in London at the time, and in fact my girlfriend of the time eventually worked for the GLC, and she was there when it was abolished. I went down there when they abolished it, and it was like a kind of crazy situation.
They had a party, didn't they?
Well, it was not like a party. All of these files were blowing around in the wind, and everybody was just, walked out of the building and went for his boosting booze in the street, because it was just a chaotic end to, 100 years, I think, of government in London just abolished because the government.
So what did they replace it with?
They didn't replace it with anything for a while. So London was the only city in the world that did not have a municipal government. And then, of course, they replaced it with the new GLC, where there will be an elected mayor, because, of course, during Ken Livingstone's rule, he was just the leader of the Labour group on the council. He wasn't a mayor. And, of course, he was opposed to elected mayors. And then of course, they decided they were going to have elected mayors, and of course they stripped the powers of taxation from the new GLC. They built a new building for it, but it didn't have the kind of taxation powers that the previous one had, so that they couldn't do anything. And of course, Ken Livingstone should have been the candidate, but Blair insisted on imposing Frank Dobson as the Labour candidate against the wishes of the London Labour parties. So then Ken Livingstone stood as an independent against Dobson, and he won. And at that point, Blair had to invite him back into the Labour Party. He'd been kicked out of the Labour Party for standing against Dobson, but Blair was made to eat humble pie, and he had to let Ken Livingstone back into the Labour Party.
Well, let's have some of the throwback now to 1977. This is ITV's Thames News. This is ITN's news for ITV, anyways, news for London. The date is 26th of January, 1977.
One of the more controversial proposals being debated tonight at the monthly GLC meeting at County Hall is the takeover of one of the oldest local authorities in Britain, the City of London Corporation. The plan is to abolish the corporation and split it up into committees under the control of Tower Hamlets Council, which already looks after the neighbouring area of Stepney. The city is not one of the most densely populated areas of London, but this morning Diana Wallace went down to see what local residents think of the whole idea in question.
Can you tell me what you think of the new GLC politics to incorporate the city and become part of the GLC?
Well, I think it's a very good idea because the city's very rich and certain boroughs in London are very poor, such as Lambeth, and the money which they've spent on a project like this could be much better spent on housing a lot of people.
What would you feel would be the advantages for the GLC?
For the GLC, well, they think that they get more money out of the city. Whether they would, I don't know. I think the city's already very generous with the GLC. Not that it needs to be, except for its own self-preservation, but it gives a lot of money now. I think the GLC just want greater control. Perhaps the chairman of the GLC wants to be the titular head of London rather than the Lord Mayor for ceremonial occasions. Give the chairman's banquet instead of the Lord Mayor's banquet. That's about the only advantage that I can see.
I think it was an absolute disaster.
Can you tell me why you think that?
Well, basically because the city has a great identity of its own, whereas the GLC is a sort of sprawling mass, a conurbation, with no identity at all.
I think it's a good idea that they should take over running the sort of social services and perhaps be involved in organising the finance of the massive finance that the city has. I think the GLC has a long tradition of solving urban problems, as it were, which perhaps the city doesn't have that expertise. Its expertise is perhaps in business and commerce, which I think it should keep to itself anyway. Perhaps the city could become another London borough. Why not?
I totally disagree with it. I think they've basically made a mess of the rest of London, and now they want to make a mess of what is really a very well-run part of the city.
the city itself, when you come into it, is clean and well lit, as opposed to any of the surrounding boroughs, which immediately strike you as dingy and dirty and very poorly serviced.
If it didn't make any effect, I wouldn't mind, but I think it will. I think the GLC plan is for the greater glory of the GLC, not for the benefit of the people who live in the City of London.
Welcome to a very cold and wet County Hall. With me I've got Tony Banks, who's chairman of the GLC General Purposes Committee, whose idea this takeover is, and Norman Hall, who's chairman of the Policy Committee of the Corporation of the City of London. Mr Banks, if I can turn to you first of all, why the need to absorb what has always been a very successful little borough?
Well, first of all, not my idea to take over the city. I'm merely carrying through proposals that have been tabled by the Labour movement, both nationally and in London, for many, many years. Our contention is that the city doesn't pay its fair share of running London, the costs of running London. Secondly, we fail to see why the city, which is an unrepresentative enclave in the middle of London, should purport to speak on behalf of 7 million Londoners. And thirdly, we consider it to be the most undemocratic local government institution in the country that is sheltering behind a lot of pomp and circumstance, but is actually a very undemocratic institution that ought to have been removed many, many years ago.
Norman Hall, to guess you'd disagree.
Oh, I disagree most totally. And first of all, let's deal with the financial side very, very briefly. We run our city extremely well on an extremely small budget, and we give vast sums, 140 million in fact, to the Greater London Council, the Inner London Education Authority and other parts of London for the benefit of Londoners as a whole. All this talk about altering our affairs will be ridiculous when you think that we have got a marvellous, neat, tidy little area. The lady who's just been talking said how neat and tidy it is. And how is it going to be run from so far away as County Hall, where they have the most immense problems to try and run the whole of London? A most immense problem, so much so that there's some doubt whether we shall even reach this on the agenda this afternoon.
We do, in fact, have immense problems, and that is the very point of the argument, that the city has immense wealth, we have immense problems, and we are saying that that city wealth should be dedicated more to solving London's entire problems. Of course the city is a nice, neat little patch. So is my back garden. But the fact is that one looks at the problems from the GLC point of view of the whole of London, and not of 1 square mile run by a few rich businessmen, because that's what it is.
We've got to bear in mind that the back garden we've been talking about doesn't contribute to the national economy, whereas the City of London is the greatest contributor to the wealth and prosperity of this country that has ever been assembled in one small space.
Wealth created by 500,000 people who come in every day to work in the city. But the business vote, which is kept for the few businessmen, the 8,000 businessmen who work in the city but don't live in the city, is denied to the 500,000 workers who come in every day. Now, is that democracy? It doesn't seem like it to me.
But if you're taking over the city and absorbing it into the other local boroughs, presumably you have to offer them something. What can you actually offer the city?
We don't have to offer the city anything at all. It's what we're going to offer the boroughs like Southwark and Tower Hamlets, who have most of the pressing social problems of London. I'm concerned about those boroughs and their social problems. I'm not concerned about the city and some of its customs and its rich man's club.
I can assure you that none of the things that are proposed tonight will do one little bit to help the difficulties of Southwark. In fact, we make a tremendous contribution to that now, and if we were associated, for example, with one of the other boroughs, there's quite a good chance that the rates that are payable by the unfortunates of Southwark would go up rather than the reverse.
Right. Thank you very much. So for a very cold County Hall, back to the studio.
1977 January. Martin, it's extraordinary, isn't it, that we would get a proposal like this to overturn, what is it, something like 300 or so years of history back in the 1970s, but that's what happened.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show, I mean, don't forget we had the highest level of trade union membership in this country in 1979. You know, the social democratic consensus was still solidly there. And it just seemed, you know, to people like Tony Banks, look, this city's an anomaly. You know, why should they carry on doing all this feudal stuff? This is the 1970s, it's time to move on.
Well, and also, of course,
since then, they have gained an awful lot more power than they used to have.
Oh, yeah, they have. In fact, they're running the show now, and they didn't want someone like Tony Banks coming along to tell them they weren't going to be allowed to do that. Well, the other interesting thing about that whole thing in 77, which I had no idea of about, was that actually the city were being blamed for a lot of the industrial problems as well going on in the country. So, even people on the right were saying the city's just refusing to invest in this country.
Well, that's right, because the city always basically was focused on foreign trade and lending to foreign governments or to things like the East India Company, the Royal Africa Company, the slaves and so on. And they never took much interest in investing in British industry, certainly not north of the Wash.
I think you could probably
they just had no interest in it.
During the Industrial Revolution, they were absolutely happy to build up this sort of naval force, military force to go over and form the empire and create the empire. But once it came to the 1970s and the trade unions were much stronger and they could demand a slice of the pie, I suppose, as these big companies are making money, industries were making money in the 1950s, 60s, or whatever. So the trade unions started to say, well, hang on a minute, we're going to have our cut now, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, the Midland Bank was originally founded in Birmingham because the industrialists in Birmingham just couldn't get finance from the city. So they founded the Midland Bank, but of course the Midland Bank was then sucked into the usual stuff that goes on in the city. And, of course, in Germany, they've got all these regional development banks, which are often owned by the local government. And, they were designed in the 19th century to provide capital for industry. Yeah? That was the whole point. Whereas what's happened in Britain is we've focused a lot on making money out of, basically, I mean, the City of London, not to put too fine a point on it, is still the biggest laundry on the planet. All the dirty money from all over the world comes through their hands.
What about this guy, Tony Banks? He was an interesting character, almost totally scrubbed from history. He was a kind of ordinary guy that joined the Labour Party, became a member of Lambeth Council from 1971 to 74. In the 1970s and 80s, he was a prominent member of the GLC, as we've seen there, representing Hammersmith. In the 1970s and Tooting. He also then became the chairman of the Greater London Council in the final year. So it's almost as if they were saying, look, Tony, they're trying to get rid of us, but we need to put you in charge just for the last year or so of the existence of the Greater London Council before all those GLC votes are finished.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have heard of him, but of course he's not as famous as Ken Livingstone, because he became the face of the GLC to our generation anyway. And of course the GLC was a creation, going back to the 1900s. And of course, Herbert Morrison used to be the head of the GLC. And of course, after the war, they built lots and lots of council housing in places like Putney, and they moved lots of people from the East End to Putney. There was a lot of social engineering that went on. Yeah, and of course, if you're going to actually plan a city, you do need it to be planned as a whole city. You can't really just have little bits of the city making their own decisions when you've got to make it function as a whole urban area.
And so he won all of the elections he stood for as a Labour candidate in the Greater London Council, and then from 1983 general election when he became the MP for Newham North West, and he won 3 general elections as the Labour MP for Newham, and then he moved in 1997 to West Ham and won all those elections too. So he was actually a very successful guy, and it's lovely to see there's someone now. What's happened to the Labour Party? The Labour Party are now cozying up to the city, aren't they? Rather than trying to abolish the City of London, they're their pals, they're mates. It's almost like Keir Starmer would like to sit on the Lord Mayor's knee.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, the big turning point...
Burnham, even.
No, the big turning point was when John Smith decided to go on what was called the prawn cocktail offensive with the City of London. So instead of talking in terms of, we've got to cut them down to size and make them pay their way and all the rest of it, he went to talk to them and say, well, we're aspiring to have a Labour government, but we want to cooperate with you. And it was at that point that Brian Gould, who was the deputy leader of the Labour Party, and he, of course, came from New Zealand and had been a diplomat. He said, if you're not going to take the City of London on, John, and you're going to talk to them like this, well, I'm going to go back to New Zealand, because that's what I've come here to do. I mean, in New Zealand, we're very aware of the city being the issue. And, of course, it was the issue in Australia and New Zealand. Why is the city not, helping us out?
And then what happened was John Smith mysteriously died in the Barbican in his flat, and Tony Blair suddenly took over.
That's right. So, and of course, one of the things that John Smith had done 2 weeks before he died, he'd gone to the Socialist International in Geneva, and he said, we've got to abolish the IMF and the World Bank. Now, that's the kind of talk of that era.
That's right, and he went to the Bilderberg conference as well. I think it was in 92, maybe, John Smith, one of them anyway, and he told them in no uncertain terms at the conference, I'm coming back to the next Bilderberg conference, I'm going to bring some of my friends, I'm going to put you straight on your complete economic illiteracy.
That's right.
But he didn't get a chance because he was dead by the time of the next conference.
Dead, but also, of course, Brian Gould also took the view, because obviously being a New Zealander, he said, well, it's up to you, John. You're the leader of the party. If that's the way you want to lead, the direction you want to go, okay. But I'm going back to New Zealand. And he did go back to New Zealand, and he became Chancellor of Auckland University, I think. But anyway, he. If you read the history of the British Empire, and New Zealand in particular, they had a very strong liberal tradition. They were the first to give women the vote in the world in the 1880s. Then in the 1930s, that tradition became a Labour tradition, and they've started to build a welfare state from 1936 onwards while we were, fiddling around. And
this is a sort of Norwegian style model.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, the point about New Zealand, it was a place of progressive thinking. People who went out there went out there to get away from the stale atmosphere back in Britain, and they had quite radical ideas. And of course, the farmers there saw and others saw the city as a problem, because they won't fund what we're doing, and they just try and use us as a kind of raw materials place, and they're not interested in developing it. And so, that was the tradition from which Brian Gould sprung. And of course, he also was one of the first ones, after the debacle of Michael Foot and, looking scruffy at the cenotaph and all the rest of it, he looked smart. If we want to win things, there's nothing wrong with putting on a suit.
Well, also,
serious,
Tony Banks, we're just hearing from, he was always well turned out, and also he was extremely quick on his feet when it came to putting the guy from the city down there.
Well, that's right. Because
this is what you need. John Smith was similar, actually. Very good on his feet.
John Smith was very good. The other thing that went against both John Smith and Kinnock is neither of them were English. And, can we have a non-English Prime Minister? There's a very big question.
Well, I don't think there was ever any... I mean, Kinnock, there was all sorts of attempts to try and get him in charge because he was complete rubbish. He was diluted.
He was what he was.
He was a pro-internationalist. He was extremely, pro-big business. He was also selling the miners out as well.
Well, no, he was less pro-big business than Blair. Yeah?
Well, but that's not saying much, is it?
No, it's not. But, the point is it's all
He was
relative.
diluted. He was certainly never... wasn't it Ben and Tony Benn and Kinnock that were fighting to be leader at one point?
Oh, yeah,
they were completely... Kinnock was the city's
Kinnock was on the
choice.
soft left. So what tended to happen in those days is the right of the Labour Party wouldn't tolerate somebody like Tony Benn, but the left wouldn't tolerate somebody like, I don't know, Blair. So then coming through the middle is somebody like Kinnock.
Yes, let's have a nice compromise and nothing will get done.
The compromise is part of politics, Tony, unless you can find a way round it, which often you can't.
Well, what about Jeremy Corbyn? People were voting for him. It's just that the Parliamentary Labour Party didn't like it.
Of course, if it was a normal country with a proportional system, then we could actually have all this.
No, that's not. Look, just a minute. It was the Labour Party that just refused to support him. You've got people undermining. You've got people undermining Corbyn from within the Labour Party.
That's right, because in a first-past-the-post system, the parties have to be bigger, and therefore there's got to be possibilities that people are going to sabotage other people.
The sabotage is no excuse for that.
Oh, no, there is no excuse for sabotage, Tony, but the electoral system, the whole of our system,
it's not
the City of London, which is what we're ostensibly talking about, is a feudal set up.
And they seem to have their fingers in the pie.
That's right. It's
not even the pie of the Labour Party.
They're not even part of the British state.
In a way, I see this.
They've got the remembrancer that sits in the Houses of Parliament behind the Speaker to remind the rest of the country that they are in charge.
This is why I found it so interesting to just look at this idea that the GLC might abolish the city. What a brilliant concept. Wow, wouldn't it have been different if that had happened? Anyway, look, let's get up to some more current news, because, I mean, you and I like to debate this. You like to have a bit of a shout as well, but about the, what's been going on the left, because we desperately need some party and we need some, policies to do things like renationalise various things like water, electricity, gas. We need to get this stuff back in public hands. So then again, it will suddenly give us a point of voting again, because the government we're voting for actually is in control of these things which have been causing the cost of living crisis of various sorts. Anyway, look, let's get bang up to date with Dr. David Miller. Martin, what are your comments first of all before we hear from David about the significance of this judgment, where it's absolutely clear now through the British courts that Zionism is a protected characteristic. Anti-Zionism is a protected characteristic, so nobody can be targeted or sacked, harassed in any way for being a Zionist.
Well, I mean, that is
anti-Zionist.
Yes. And of course, Zionists have a freedom of speech as well. I mean, that's a protected, that's
you can now make it clear that Zionism has got racist characteristics, and that's no longer can you be sacked for saying that.
And in theory, I mean, obviously it's a great victory for that reason.
It's a similar thing to the trans decision, isn't it? It seems to me that you can't be harassed for saying that a woman is a woman or a man is a man.
Yes. I mean, obviously, these court cases determine what is and what is not acceptable speech. I think the only downside from David's point of view is they won't give him the full compensation that he got the first time, apparently, because even though he's innocent, he said nasty things and people are upset, so they're going to cut his compensation in half, which is outrageous, really, if you think about it.
The thing is, if he had a decent amount of compensation, he could set up his own TV channel newspaper. Well, they don't want that, do they?
Well, they don't, no. And in any case, what they've tried to do with all the way is to, the attacks on him by the Israel lobby were because they really didn't like what he was saying, and they've tried to silence him, and they failed. So it's obviously a great victory in one way, but they're not going to give up because these people don't. They will carry on doing what they do because it works. Lots of other people who haven't got the same backbone as David Miller will think twice about speaking out in case stuff happens to them, and that's the whole point of it. It's an intimidation.
Okay, well, let's have a listen to David Miller now. Here he is explaining a bit about his victory, and also about how it's affecting, I mean, the sort of things that he wasn't allowed to say as a university professor about the Zionist influence over Middle East politics and the history that we're living with day to day.
Why did they take this decision? Who was involved in making sure this decision happened? And when you do that in a long list of specified cases, what you find in the case of the invasion of Iraq, everybody knows this was an invasion on behalf of Israel, which was put in place not by the Zionist regime, but by the Zionist regime's assets inside the security establishment of the US, the neoconservatives. These are people who are Americans, right? And that's the thing. People say, well, the US took these decisions. It's in the US interest to do so. And you say, well, let's look at the way in which these decisions were made. Who was pushing for them? Was it WASPs? Was it white Anglo-Saxon Protestants? Was it US officials who didn't have any particular relationship with Zionism? And they decided that the Zionist interest was in the best interest of America? Well, actually, no, that's not the case.
But when it comes to neoconservatism, people might mention Dick Cheney.
They might mention Dick Cheney. Of course, there are one or two non-Jews in the neoconservative movement, a couple of Catholics, and like in both Trump 1 and Trump 2, you have a couple of Christian Zionists, or people who are more or less Christian Zionists, Hegseth or Rubio, for example. But the overwhelming majority of these people are Jewish Zionists, believing Jewish Zionists. And the Christian Zionism is, in terms of firepower in policy circles, not in terms of numbers necessarily, but in firepower and policy circles, is in the driving seat. It's perfectly plain that that's the case. And if it was the case that the CIA or the MI6 or MI5 had decided that it was in the British interest to pursue these policies, well, we would be able to follow that in policy processes and think tanks and the funding, but none of that is the case. And actually, what you find is that there are circumstances in which there are elements of the security state of Western states who are critical of some aspects of Zionism. So, for example, many of the protest movements in the Zionist colony, the liberal Zionist protest movements, have actually been funded by the National Endowment for Democracy, by USAID, effectively by the CIA. So you can see that there are elements of the security apparatus, even after this kind of what I would regard as a Zionist takeover, which are still a bit uncomfortable with that, and they're still engaged in those kinds of activities. There are subversion activities which they carry out in other places, but that's not the dominant fraction of the Anglo security apparatus. So the reason why I put this in terms of Pax Judaica, people say, well, you shouldn't use the word Jews. Well, I say, refer back to the earlier question. What's wrong with using the word Jews? These people are Jews. The ones in charge of the Orange Order are Protestants. You can't be a Catholic and join the Orange Order. What's wrong with describing what is actually the case? It doesn't mean that if you start to talk about Protestants that you will become an anti-Protestant racist. And it's so laughable when you even say those words. It's completely laughable. Now, I come from a Protestant background, a white Scottish Protestant background. And nobody's ever said to me that I'm a self-hating Protestant. I wouldn't mind if they did, but it's just ridiculous. So, this is a particular kind of ideology which is burgeoned within Judaism. It's not all of Judaism. It's not all of the Jews, of course. Just like I'm not a Protestant supremacist. But it is an important current within Judaism, and it has a certain amount of power. It's pursued that power through the Zionist movement and through other associated movements, including through the expansionism and the eliminationism of Zionism. Everybody can see that. The last 3 years, everybody sees that, and more people see it. So look, there's nothing wrong with seeing this as being a Jewish project. They see it as a Jewish project. They call it the Jewish state. They see it as a Jewish expansionist project. Benjamin Netanyahu has recently been referring specifically to the role of Israel as a regional, perhaps a global superpower. He's actually said those words. And people say, well, you don't believe anything he says, or he doesn't mean it. Well, no, he does mean it. He does mean it. And that's the thing which I think people have got to understand. They've got to wake up and smell the coffee, that when they say that they're going to do these things, they actually mean to do them. They might be stopped, but they actually mean to do them. And we should, pay attention to what they say and believe what they say about their activities and their motives. Although, of course, we do remember that Zionists lie a great deal. And you've got to understand that the difference between the two. So Pax Judaica, I think, is a way of saying that if they are not defeated, if they are not stopped, they are attempting to become a new empire. Now, this won't be like old empires. We already know the way in which empires have evolved. We already know that Pax Britannica or Pax Americana, the idea of occupying everywhere to make them colonies, either with settler colonies or administrative colonies like India, those days are gone. The process of decolonization, which we went through in the world in the 50s and 60s and 70s, is not going to be reversed. And there are new ways in which colonization occurred as a result. Neo-colonialism, it was referred to, and the exploitation by transnational capital, by the international financial apparatus, the IMF and the World Bank, etc. We understand that that's the way in which imperialism dominates the developing world or the global south. And so it's not going to be like just like Pax Britannica. It's not going to be just like Pax Americana. It's not going to be dominated by an Israeli navy. there's going to be no such thing. Although, of course, they do have the useful proxy of the US Naval Service to help them out with their attack on Iran, for example. So the way in which it's been operating has been through, as we mentioned, these normalization processes, but also through a whole series of other processes which have been kind of under the radar for many people. And one of the key ones is this mythology that they've encouraged about Israel being a startup nation. And there are all these tech companies, and they're leading in tech and in AI. And again, Netanyahu talks about this. The aim is to make them a leading nation in tech and in AI. Now, what that of course involves is large numbers of people who have gone through Unit 8200, which is the signals intelligence unit of the Zionist entity, who set up tech startups and then expand across the world into sometimes quite large companies. And the purpose of this is not just to make money for the Zionist entity, which of course it does, but also to find ways of controlling societies in which they operate. And let me specifically say what that means. So organizations like Celebrite or the NSO Group or Black Cube or Black Core or many others, there are hundreds of these companies. They sell surveillance equipment, they sell drones, they sell mechanisms for repression to repressive regimes everywhere. But they also, and this is the innovative bit, I guess you could say, they also have mechanisms whereby they can control this technology even when it's sold to a client. So when the FBI bought the NSO Group's Pegasus software, it was possible for someone in Tel Aviv, in the NSO Group, to look at who the FBI was surveilling. Now that's an extraordinary power, and that's the case with quite a number of these surveillance organizations, whether they're running the CCTV in Glasgow, or whether they're in Angola, or whether they're in Saudi Arabia. All of these, this process is partly about money, yes, partly about surveillance, but partly it's about the extension of Zionist power through a set of commercial relationships, which I think people have not really understood. And that's extremely important. More recently, we've seen it not just to do with the question of surveillance, but also the question of the manipulation of elections. So both Black Core and Black Cube are firms which have been involved directly in such activities. They were involved in subverting the Slovenian election, such that the new government in Slovenia is now anti-Palestinian, whereas before it was pro. There's a French government investigative body which has recently come out and said that one of these firms has been involved in manipulating elections in France, in Africa, in Scotland, and in many other places. This is an ongoing process, and one of the key ways in which Pax Judaica will be exported. And there's a second thing. There are many parts to this, but there's a second thing which is worth mentioning. So we saw recently the example of Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump attempting to buy an island in Albania, and also the coast alongside inland of the island, to set up some kind of luxury resort. And the island was, of course, used to be a military base, submarine base, Soviet military base, with enough nuclear shelters for 3,000 troops. And those tunnels, etc., are all still there. So, of course, people were suspicious. There have been big demonstrations in Albania about this, about what the purpose of this was, and whether it was a new Epstein Island, or whether it was going to be used as a military base for the Zionists. And of course, it was in a very strategic place, overseeing the straits which come down the side of Italy, from the Adriatic into the Mediterranean. And that is an interesting example. But it's not an isolated example. It's part of a wider strategy. And there's actually, as it happens, similar activities happening in the heel of the boot of Italy, right across the water from Albania. Similar kinds of settlement practices. There's similar activities happening in Cyprus, in Greece, in Thailand, in Argentina, in many other countries where there's an influx of Israelis. There are all sorts of activities which go on, which which are described by the authorities as crimes. There are settlement activities. There's the buying up of abandoned villages and the creation of effectively Israeli settlements in Greece, for example, or in Cyprus. And all of that is an indication that there's a new way in which the Zionists are trying to spread out their power across the world. Of course, part of it's to do with the fact that many Zionists are leaving the colony because they realize that its days may be numbered, and because of the genocide there. But this is an indication that it's not just a question of normalization. It's not just a question of commercial and surveillance activities. It's also a question of actual settlement, much more widely than in Greater Israel or West Asia.
Well, he calls it West Asia. The rest of us call it the Middle East. But we won't quibble over that one, Mr. Miller. Well done for winning your little battle, an enormous battle, really, with the Bristol University, who are, of course, really in some way here proven to be a tool of the Zionists. That was just recorded yesterday. The name of the podcast is the Attritian podcast. The interviewer was Ammar Kazmi, although we didn't hear much. David, was talking almost all the way through there. He's making a pretty, I think, fascinating case here. That is put out there by the Attrition podcast people as Pax Judaica. I will sort of quibble a bit with David this idea that the idea is they're technically and physically in your face, looking to dominate various parts of the world, particularly the core of the Anglo-Zionist empire. They want to dominate. We, for example, here in the north of Bristol, have Unit 8200 individual who's the gay partner of our new MP, who was imposed on the local constituency Labour MP by Peter Mandelson. So there's clearly big efforts going on to make sure that their people are in all sorts of key elite institutions, including lawmakers.
They've always been very proactive because it's, you've only got 7 million people living in Israel. 9 million, something like that. So they've always taken the view that in order to survive, they need to be, inside much bigger and more
hang
powerful.
On. They knew after the 67 war, really, that they were going to be okay. They pretty much put down most of the major threats in the region. So why this sudden need to expand to London, Washington, and places like this as well?
Because they want to expand in the Middle East itself, the Greater Israel project, which the right wing in Israel are absolutely upfront about. And in order to do that, they need to control bigger forces like the Americans, the British, etc. I mean, what's happening at the moment is United States forces are fighting Iran on behalf of Israel, and they're just watching because they don't, they'd rather the Iranians, the Americans do the dirty work. But I mean, there's a big debate goes on online about whether Israel controls America or whether America uses Israel. I'm not really that bothered because it doesn't really matter. They've become one entity and they are threatening the whole of humanity.
Well, David, I think, is absolutely right that it is the Zionists who are in the driving seat, and they're there on the ground, of course, causing genocide with nuclear weapons, and what I keep referring to as a nuclear-armed doomsday cult. And the other factor, which I think you need to take into account, Martin, and I don't know whether you agree with this or not, but several people have pointed out that the relationship with Modi in India and Israel is very mature. And if the Americans, for any reason, suddenly decided through some sort of cataclysm to say, right, we're not going to help you anymore, we've had enough of the Israelis and we're not going to supply you with money, the Indians, it seems, would immediately step in to take their place.
Well, that's not... Modi went to visit Netanyahu just before the surprise attack on Iran. And, of course, within India itself... Modi's got a very anti-Muslim politics, but on the other hand, there are millions and millions of Muslims in India, many of whom vote for the Congress Party. So, in actual fact, India is it looks like Modi set up the Iranian ship that was sunk by the Americans. So it had been actually at a regatta, really, in India. They were told not to bring any weapons with them, and then they were
Was it in Sri Lanka?
That's right, but they were off the coast of Sri Lanka, and they were on their way home. And then, without warning, and for no, because it's a surprise attack at the same time as they were killing off the supreme leadership.
So he's aligned with the Israelis, and the Israelis will be very happy with that.
They are happy about it, but of course the Pakistanis, on the other hand, won't be as aligned with the Israelis.
What do you make of this announcement today that the Saudi Arabians, the Turks, and the Pakistanis are all going to sign a NATO-style defence pact?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Because, of course, the Pakistanis have to talk to the Chinese about what they do, because that's their main superpower alliance. So if the Chinese want to encourage an end to the war, and what they need to do that is get Iran and Saudi Arabia to settle their differences. But I can't see how this is actually going to work. I mean, there is a Turkish military presence in Qatar, and there's some Pakistani troops have now been deployed inside Saudi Arabia.
Under this context,
none of them are enough to take on the Iranians.
In this context, I cannot see the Saudis normalising relations with Israel if they're going into a defence pact with Pakistan and Turkey.
Well, that's the whole point. Is that they're wriggling around trying to find ways to resolve various, various geopolitical problems that they've got.
Yeah, but we've been talking about this the last couple of weeks, haven't we? With the Saudis, the Americans coming to the Saudis saying, "Oh, we'll give you nuclear technology." Almost smacks of desperation.
Well, it is desperation. I mean, basically, they've miscalculated massively, both the Israelis and the Americans. We're now into week 24 of World War III, and it doesn't look like they're winning. And that's why they're having a bit of a meltdown. And, of course, we still have got to get through the oil price shock, the AI collapse, all of which will happen before Christmas, in my view. We're nearly there, and then the whole world will realise that we're absolutely in World War III as a result of the stupidity of these people.
World War III is taking a bit of a backseat, along with the politicians during August, it seems. And Trump is threatening now to jail people in the United States who have been leaking the fact that the Americans are running out of the ATACMS, long-range ATACMS missiles, and the standoff weapons that are fired from aircraft far away from the country, these Tomahawk missiles. So they're starting to, and of course running out of the Patriot interceptors too. So there is it's clear, isn't it, that the attacks on Iran are having to take place from away from Iran, but all the weapons the Americans can use to do this are running out.
Well, that's right, and the Iranians know that. And they've got plenty of weapons. They've replaced everything, as far as I can see, they've replaced everything they've already fired, and they've fired off mostly their old stuff, which is useful for taking out the other side's very expensive interceptor missiles. But the real heavy-duty stuff is all there ready to go. And at some point, I mean, lots of people in the Middle East will be thinking, right, come on, Iran, start whacking the Israeli occupation forces. Well, make them suffer.
Meanwhile, what's happening with Trump's Board of Peace? I mean, this is supposed to be this great... Anyway, I can tell you, the first act of the Board of Peace is to do... Guess what? They've issued a building contract for a nice military base in Gaza.
Yep. Well, I mean, obviously, it's none of it's going to happen.
I'm not sure if it's been... Who knows whether Menorah Mitchevin, the people who built our massive Great Tower block, this Zionist Israeli company here in the centre of Bristol, the Bear Pit, the biggest, tallest ever building in Bristol, which Joe exposed, Joe Banksall, who's been on this programme a few times, whether it's going to be them building it. But it certainly looks as if this is... it's not going to be about peace, really, especially if their first act is a military base.
Well, no, and of course they may not get to build the military base if the Iranians are raining missiles down on them. Could be quite difficult to build a base when you're under a missile attack, eh?
Can the missiles reach there?
Yes, of course they can.
Maybe they'll be building their base near some Palestinians, so using those as human shields.
Well, no, but the point is that these are very accurate missiles. And the fact is that at some point... there's an Israeli general who's been kvetching about this, saying, "Look, when they start firing at us, we can't do anything to stop them, and they're just going to massacre us." We could get nuclear weapons out, but there's still difficulty of getting those nuclear weapons delivered, and what the hardliners in Iran are waiting for is when the Americans have to withdraw from base in Jordan, because, you know, they've had to move out of all the other bases, so they've moved all their aircraft to Jordan. That came under attack. They're thinking of moving all that places to Israel. Now, Israel's got very limited capacity to take all these planes, so they can't put them all in hangars, and at a certain point, the Iranians are just going to wipe them all out.
So this agreement between Pakistan, the Saudis and the Turks has been signed in Mecca, which is it's a bit like the Good Friday Agreement, isn't it? Well, here is a centre for our faith. Let's all sign a peace agreement there.
Well, I mean, it's not
a mutual defence agreement, basically against the Americans and the Israelis.
Well, it's not against the Americans and the Israelis. What it is, I think it's not going to last. There's too many different forces pulling in different directions there. Ultimately, the Saudi state is actually quite fragile. Don't forget, most people in Saudi Arabia aren't Saudis, they're foreign workers of various kinds. And the actual oil industry is dominated by Shia.
The monarchy is very strong. So
well, it has been very strong.
It is. I think you can say it is. I mean, Bahrain seems to be a little bit more fragile, but the Saudis are pretty firmly in power. And although they have a repressed bunch of people living there and working for them, they're not going away anytime soon. And I think maybe they've realised we don't want to get into the situation where we've got a population that totally doesn't support us. That's why they're actually weighing in with the Pakistanis rather than the Israelis.
Yeah, the MBS is under pressure from Saudi public opinion, which is like most Islamic public opinion, quite hostile to what's happening in Israel. But I still think that it is in fact quite a fragile state. It is a fragile. Look at what's happened now. They can't actually export through the Bab al-Mandeb, and the Yemenis have been attacking their main oil facilities. If the water and the oil are knocked out, Saudi Arabia becomes uninhabitable.
Well, look, I think it's quite on the cards that the Saudis may just literally, don't totally sever ties with the Americans, but they may say, right, well, we've had enough with you guys. Now we're going to switch sides.
Well, but the Americans.
Maybe that's a game they've been playing for a while.
Well, I mean, they've been trying to, it's a balancing act by MBS. Yeah, remember when he got a Khashoggi chopped to pieces with a bone saw, and everybody's what a bad guy he is.
But that's yesterday's news. Well, they've changed their tune now.
Yeah, and they've still got masses of political prisoners. They kill people all the time. Yeah. There could be an uprising in Saudi Arabia to overthrow the regime.
Well, maybe that's what they're worried about.
Well, that is what they're worried about. Yeah. And all of these regimes, like in Egypt, you've got a pro-Western regime, but the population is pro-Western.
Right in the middle of this, the Saudis are. So that's hence maybe why. The other thing that's been going on this week is the Omanis and the Iranians are having their own negotiations about what's going to happen in the Straits of Hormuz, and apparently Donald Trump isn't very happy that they're trying to decide what's happening in the Straits of Trump.
Yes. And of course, it's beyond, he can't tell them what to do, and they're not listening to him.
Well, he can a bit because he's got his warships there.
He can, and obviously the Omanis haven't got a very big military, so they don't want to have a fight with anybody much.
They're another Gulf state, aren't they?
They are, but both Oman and Iran are very old states. They've been there hundreds of years, whereas the Gulf states,
the little city-state type
they've
things,
been created by the British. By the British, they don't really have any basis. So all of these states are very fragile. They're not democratic states. They're basically family dictatorships. And in the modern world, in the middle of a world war, things like that just get swept away. Look what happened at the end of the First World War. And when India became independent, all these little independent states were wiped out.
Well, they're looking at places like Syria and Libya and thinking we don't want that happening to us.
Well, they don't want it happening to us, but that's what will happen. Because
if they're not careful. Well, so, it seems obvious to me Oman are, because they border onto Yemen, they're thinking to themselves, we really don't want to have a war with the Yemenis. Thank you very much.
Well, no, I mean, it's very complicated because you've got the UAE and Saudi Arabia daggers drawn. Qatar at one stage wasn't getting on with Saudi Arabia. It's actually, internecine politics there is actually quite hard to follow. There isn't a simple.
So can Iran and Oman just simply, but turn their back on the Americans and say, well, actually, we're going to decide what happens in the Straits?
Yes, well, the Iranians are absolutely clear. They're not going back to the status quo ante. The Omanis are saying, well, look, half of this strait belongs to us, so we want to, and they want to keep on side with the Iranians, and so they're discussing, but what they're discussing, Tony, is what will happen after the war is over. The war is still on, and at the moment, what that means is nobody can go in and nobody can go out. And the same in the Bab al-Mandeb for Saudi and Israeli vessels. So all of this discussion about what might happen in the very end between Oman and Iran is irrelevant to what's happening now, because the war's still on. The US has still got a blockade on Iran, therefore the war is still on, and therefore no ships can go through. Some tried to move through the other day. I think yesterday the Iranians shot them up and they stopped, because they can't come through. Now, this is all this is the Iranian General Staff forcing the oil price spike, which will come eventually, because they're manipulating the market to keep the price down. But at some point it will burst out, and then there will be a stock market crash, and then bang, we'll be off.
Well, maybe, but what the Iranians are saying, because this is the thing, is that Trump doesn't want to be blamed for all that, even though it may be his fault. He's now thinking to himself, look, do I really want to be the bad guy that everyone hates when I'm running into these midterm elections, to be totally undermined by a big Democrat victory? So, two regional officials briefed on the negotiations between Oman and Iran told Associated Press the potential deal was a temporary solution to the dispute over the strait and will pave the way for the US and Iran to resume negotiations on Tehran. So it's not just the Iranians that the Americans are going to have to negotiate with, it's actually both sides, the actual countries, both sides of the strait.
Yes, and the Omanis want to be neutral. They don't want to alienate the Americans, they don't want to alienate the Iranians, they don't want to alienate the Saudis. But of course they're not an entirely democratic country either. No. You know, I mean, they faced a communist insurgency in the 1970s, which the British Army helped them to put down. From Yemen, you know, basically based in Yemen, because Yemen at one stage was the only Marxist-Leninist state in the Middle East. And when the National Liberation Front took over after the British left in 1967. The situation is not going to be resolved. I mean, all this stuff about maybe there's some talks going on between the Americans and the Iranians, and some deal will be done. The algos in the stock market, they like this kind of talk, because it means they can move the oil price up and down and the share prices up and down. But the reality is that the Iranians aren't really talking to the Americans. They've made their demands absolutely clear. The Americans don't want to fulfill any of those demands, so there's nothing to talk about really. The war is on. Now the Iranians are going slow at it because they don't need to rush. It's the Americans who need a quick resolution, but why would the Iranians give them a quick resolution? Better to just string it out and make it more painful for them.
Just another line from the national news. Meta has been told to pay 567 million, that's about £420 million fine in the United States over child safety. A US judge in New Mexico ordered Meta to pay £421 million for its failure to warn the public about dangers its platforms pose to children. Now, if you remember, just a few weeks ago, we were talking about a World Service story where in India, people were saying, hang on, this is child pornography. They were pressing a little button on Facebook to warn Facebook, saying, look, they were flagging it up as dangerous, and Facebook was mailing them back saying there's nothing wrong with child porn. So you can see why this might happen. Obviously, they have kind of lost control of Meta, at least Zuckerberg has, or maybe do you think there's a deliberate attempt to endanger children here? Is it just that they don't know what they're doing?
Well, I mean, I don't know is the answer to that. There's plenty of nasty stuff out there. The very least you could say is that they're blasé about it. Yeah, they're making money. They don't care. So that's clearly the issue.
Oh yes, they've also been found that they can be now held liable in previous cases for building addictive platforms. The latest financial results for the social media giant posted $61 billion in revenue. 28 is revenue. Is that profits or is that
revenue?
Turnover?
Is just the money you're getting in from
that's
sales.
Turnover, is it?
Well, no, revenue is your sales, isn't it? You know, it's what.
Well, that's turnover then. Yeah, not profits. So, or is it revenue? I don't know.
The revenue is your sales. You know, it's what you get from selling stuff. But your turnover will involve other things like investments and so on, because it's all, you know, you have to count one or the others have to be counted in, I think.
And the other thing the judge has done is he said that Meta should be held liable for the way in which its platform has endangered children, exposed them to sexually explicit material and contact with sexual predators. Meta is found to have repeatedly violated Unfair Practices Act in New Mexico, as its recommendation algorithms essentially steered young users towards harmful content and contacts. Algorithms, we were talking about this last week, weren't we? This is, it seems to me, the most pernicious angle on all this social media, is that there is an attempt to steer people in a certain direction, whether it's if they're looking at a candidate they might want to vote for in an upcoming election. Meta and anyone else can use an algorithm to just show them bad stuff about that person.
Yeah, well, if you remember when the internet first started, the whole idea was anybody could put anything up there, and when you put a search term in, they would just tell you what most people had looked for. Yeah, that was that's the way it was said, you know, that what will come up first is what most people have looked for under this, you know, search term.
Meta is coming up to nearly a billion.
They're now creating all these algos which can steer the search results.
Well, that's right. And what's happening is they're trying to keep these algos secret, but they're coming out in court. They're showing you. Experts are going in, they're showing you, well, we searched for this, and actually their algorithm has sent us that. And so they're managing to prove that what Meta was trying to keep secret. Now, this brings their fines on child safety over the last year or so, Martin, up to about $1 billion.
Yeah, but it's probably in terms of their overall, you know, their overall turnover, that's probably peanut. I mean, a lot of this, you know, banks get done for money laundering all the time, but it's just a cost of business. You know, you pay the fine and you carry on.
61 billion, revenue. So, yeah. I mean, maybe the 1 billion fine is nothing to them.
Yeah, I mean, but don't forget the other thing you pointed out, they're not making any profits. This is the problem with all of this. And
I think they are from advertising. Yeah, I think they are making profits.
I think a lot of this stuff is actually, certainly the AI stuff has never shown a profit. It doesn't look as if it's going to. And at some point, investors are going to get cold feet, and it won't happen slowly.
Okay, so the figures for 2025,
bang, everybody go,
the figures for 2025 are around about $60 billion profit from a revenue of about 200 billion. So they're doing pretty well in terms of how much money is going in as profits, and they're going up year on year.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm talking about is the more speculative AI stuff.
Most of the money coming into Meta is just advertising.
Yeah.
And if they're getting 200 billion in advertising annually, there's something like, it looks around about 30% of that is profit.
Yeah, and therefore...
It's a pretty high profit margin, isn't it?
Well, yes, I mean, the whole point of all of these tech companies is to get yourself into a position where you've got a monopoly control of a certain slice of the market, and that's when you make your money. Yeah, it's the idea of free competition, and we're just going to let everybody have a go. I mean, that's not really what it's about at all, is it?
It's not supposed to be, no. But anyway, so it's good to see them getting a bloody nose as well. Much as I use Facebook, it's all sorts of weird stuff comes up on there. It's quite obvious that if you are running some sort of like abusive content channel, I get this and I just block them. They can pay Zuckerberg, and this is where their profits are coming from, a lot of it, to just force themselves up your feed so you're seeing it, whether you're a child or anybody else, to see whether it's violent or sexual content. And there's clearly no serious attempt at Facebook to stop this money rolling in for this violent and sexual content. Anyway, let's move on to a related topic to David Miller, Zionism in the Middle East, and that is the 7/7 London bombings, which I mentioned I'm doing an article on, just finished this week. It's been quite interesting revisiting a lot of the facts around the 7/7 bombings 21 years ago. Is there anything you'd like to flag up about why you think the 4 bombs that blew up London on the 7th of July, Thursday, 7th of July 2005 still make a matter today?
Well, I mean, as you know, Adrian, who we spoke to, mentioned earlier, made a film about it. We were then also...
It's called Mind the Gap,
Adrian's film. And then, of course, we both of us were on the BBC Conspiracy Files programme talking about our theories about about the 7/7.
Yeah, we went up to the Central Mosque in Birmingham, didn't we?
That's
had
right.
actually a viewing of a film called Ludicrous Diversion, and then a discussion afterwards in the mosque about whether or not the government narrative, this was, I think, wasn't it around 2006? Maybe, no, 2008 maybe. Whether or not the government narrative actually made any sense. And we had a really good, lively discussion up at the mosque saying, well, look, there's actually quite a lot of Muslims and other people who were in the session there who are unconvinced.
Well, that's right, because don't forget, we'd all been alerted by what happened on 9/11. And, of course, for people like myself who went to Italy in the 1970s, NATO has always carried out false flag terrorist attacks. It's been doing it all the time.
This is Operation Gladio.
Operation Gladio, all the rest of it. Now, when an organisation like NATO does that for decades, you're bound to be suspicious when anything happens. And the obvious thing, there was various things wrong with the 7/7 attacks, as we know, because there were quite a few things that we could say about it. But one of the obvious things that's wrong is that the train from Luton to London, which they claimed the bombers had caught, did not run. And people we know went to Connex Rail in Luton and they said, well, we've been waiting for the police to come and ask us that, because that train didn't run that day. Now, that clearly raises a question mark. Why didn't the police ask Connex Rail whether the train had run? So it's not a real police investigation, is it?
It looks as if someone at the Home Office has drawn it up.
That's right.
Looking at the internet and timetables from the internet rather than actually.
That's right.
Doing any actual.
There's no actual investigation. And of course, well, as you know, we made a half-hour film, and then there was a 50-minute film for the conspiracy files. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu was in London that day. He was supposed to go to a meeting, and he didn't go. So I think it was Times of Israel phoned up to the embassy and said, "Is Bibi all right?" Said he's fine because we had a warning about the bomb. That came out. How could he have a warning about a surprise attack?
So
that
it also
implies that they are suspects.
There's quite a lot. I mean, there's Tony Blair on the day. Actually, on the day itself, said we know that these bombers were inspired by Islam. Now, at that time, it wasn't actually known whether it was suicide bombers or not. So how did he get that information?
Well,
I mean, this is where the dust has hardly settled on the day.
That's right. And of course, there was also loads and on the day they were having an exercise on the London Underground with bombs going off in exactly the stations that they went off in.
That's Peter Power,
That's a bit of a coincidence.
He was an ex-cop from Dorset who got sacked for fiddling his expenses. And there he is on the TV telling everybody it was a spooky coincidence, but I was running an exercise. Yeah. And he didn't tell anyone.
Just as on 9/11, they were having a big exercise about planes crashing into buildings. On the same day.
Another very basic thing is the explosives used, because we were told that these explosives were all mixed up and made up in Leeds and brought down in rucksacks, whereas actually it was the former, I can't remember the guy's name, but I always remember on Thierry Mason's site, what was that called, Voltaire Network. Yeah. He published an article, this former head of the anti-terror police in France, saying there's no way this is a homemade explosive. This is C4 military explosive.
There was a police officer in Scotland Yard on the day, French police officer, and he came out and said to the press, well, what we're really worrying about this, it looks like it's C4 explosive. Now, C4, for those who do not know, is standard NATO plastique. Yeah? Standard stuff.
There's lots and lots and lots we could talk about here. Anyway, I'm not going to go on about too much.
There's a whole, but the point is that people need to realise that the story you get told about these things is often wrong, and that what's actually happening is the deep state are behind all of this. They killed lots of ordinary people there who are totally innocent, and it's all part of a bigger plot to try and conquer the Middle East, steal their oil.
Meanwhile, over in Israel, right, on the day of 7/7, the former Mossad head published an article on the day in the Jerusalem Post on their website, saying it was simultaneous attacks that were done with near perfect coordination. Well, first of all, on the day itself, there was still no information about exactly what time these bombs had gone off. Yeah, we knew there were 4 locations, but there still was no indication that they were actually simultaneous. And he said it in the Jerusalem, and a few days later, they withdrew that article from the Jerusalem Post.
Yeah. So, in other words, they knew far too much about the attacks.
Didn't they?
These supposedly surprise attacks by these crazy Muslims, but it turns out the Israelis know everything about it. Now, if I was Inspector Clouseau, I might suspect that they might have something
before
to
it's
do with
even
it.
been investigated. Anyway, one of the major figures in all of this that was never actually arrested for crimes in 7/7 is Haroun Aswat, and he was the buddy of Abu Hamza, and these were the two guys at Al-Majroon in the Finsbury Park Mosque. So one of the fascinating things about Finsbury Park Mosque was that they had this little cell of Al-Majroon in their mosque, and they were actually contacting for 2 or 3 years before 7/7 attacks, contacting the Metropolitan Police saying, will you please get these nutters out of our mosque? This Al-Majroon lot are a bunch of violent maniacs.
That's right. And of course, the bombers themselves used to go into a Muslim bookshop up in Leeds, which was actually run by an ex-SBS.
That's right. Yeah. Martin McDade. He was running terrorist training camps up in Cumbria and North Wales.
That's right.
So the clues are all out there for people that want to look.
And don't forget that going back to the 1970s, Al-Qaeda was created by MI6. They created it. As Robin Cook said before he was assassinated, when he was Foreign Secretary, the name Al-Qaeda simply means the base, and it was originally the database, a database held in Amman in Jordan of all the Islamist extremists, many of them from Libya, but from all over the Middle East,
hang on, Robin
who
Cook,
went through our hands,
Martin,
and then were put into fight in Afghanistan.
Robin Cook had an accident on a mountain, I believe, didn't he? And but he died in the helicopter, a bit like Diana, going on the way to hospital.
Well, I mean, in actual fact, Aldo Moro, who was the Prime Minister of the country in Italy, was kidnapped supposedly by the Red Brigades, but it ultimately turned out it wasn't the Red Brigades, it was NATO intelligence services. Now, all of this historical stuff is important because it brings the context for where we are now up.
Yeah,
we're not. They've been doing this kind of thing for years and years and years. So when they come out and say this is what's going on, blah blah blah, trust us, the answer is we don't.
Well, one of the most
plenty of reasons why we don't.
Horrifying things about this whole business with the London bombings is it took 5 years for there to be a proper investigation. There was never a public inquiry, which there should have been. There was this inquest run by this COVID inquiry chief, Lady Justice Hallett. First of all, she was didn't allow any jury, which there should have been in the inquest, so it was without a jury. So they said it was too complicated for a jury, and then also she I don't know if it was just her, but the families of the victims and the survivors who'd had legs blown off and that sort of thing were denied legal aid. Having said that, this guy Haroun Aswat, who had 20 phone calls to the 4 alleged bombers before they blew their bombs up, allegedly, on the morning of 7/7, 20 phone calls to them from his phone, he's given legal aid. In fact, he's given massive amounts of legal aid, something like £60,000 of legal aid. He's had the top barristers looking after him.
Well, Abu Hamza and was another one, Captain Hook. I mean, it came out that they were MI5 agents. That's what came out. So of course they've been looked after. The more
these are covert informants, basically.
That's right. They're agents of influence. Yeah. Now, in other words, Al-Majroon appeared at exactly the same time as the English Defence League in Luton. So the Royal Anglian Regiment...
Well, Al-Majroon popped up in the 1980s, actually, and they were at that. So that's at the same time as Operation Cyclone, right? That's right. And it's Hizb ut-Tahrir. So just to explain for people that don't understand, the Hizb ut-Tahrir was mainly ran bookshops and this sort of thing. And the one that we were talking about, Iqra Bookshop in Beeston in Leeds, where 2 of the alleged bombers were, this was being run by Martin McDade, who's a white convert to Islam and from the Special Boat Service. And although people didn't necessarily know he was running the place, he was managing the bookshop, when they came to Bristol, Hizb ut-Tahrir had a bookshop in the Muslim Fair in Eastfield Park. This is probably about 2008. I don't know if you came along. It was exactly the same. Sitting in a van behind the Hizb ut-Tahrir bookshop, which has got all these DVDs and books about violent Islam and how we've got to overthrow the West, is a white guy sitting in the van.
Yeah, well, Hizb ut-Tahrir claimed that they were non-violent. Anyway, I mean,
but they're you look at their literature.
Yes, I know. No. They listen. It's complicated because, of course, a lot of these groups, some of them are genuine, and some of them are basically created by the state. Let's face it.
Isn't the idea the state creates a group like this, and anyone who is contemplating a violent backlash against the West's Middle East wars goes to them, and then they're being easy to look at and watch. And
also, it's not just a question. What they justify is that, well, we've got to infiltrate these groups, so that's what we're doing. But in actual fact, they're not just infiltrating them; they are directing them. Yeah. I do not think those bombers got on the train at Luton. I don't think that the bombs were in rucksacks. As you know, a Guardian journalist, Mark Hollingsworth, was interviewing people as they came out of Euston Station after the bombing. And there
it was King's Cross. No. Do you want to try again?
Yeah.
It was.
You've been writing about this, so you remember it better than I.
It was Edgware Road, actually.
Okay, yeah, but the point is that people were coming out saying the bombs were under the trains, and we've even got photographs of the trains, and the windows are all blown out, and the
windows are blown in, actually.
Blown in, that's right, and then underneath the train, you have these covers, and they were blown up.
Up through the floor,
through the floor.
And also, the other thing is that the trains were derailed, which suggests the bomb is under the train.
That's right.
So if it's lifted it up off the rails, and that's why, homemade explosive is not going to be able to lift a whole train up. Maybe C4
Well, in any case, TATP, the so-called the explosive they use, because we started asking questions about the explosive, if you remember, they then discovered that they'd found a bomb factory in Leeds. Because it was beginning to be obvious that, because it's an obvious question to ask, well, what explosives were used?
Anyway, look, there's lots of good literature. There's lots of good literature out there.
Functional.
And particularly some very
really make it work.
Some very good documentaries. There's one called Ludicrous Diversion, and also Adrian's one is quite good, although unfortunately it's with David Shaler. That's called Mind the Gap. But let's bring this right up to date, because literally last week, Haroon Aswat, who had been there was talk about him possibly being arrested and charged over his involvement with the London bombings, having been on the phone to these 4 alleged bombers 20 times before 9 o'clock in the morning on the 7th of July 2005. Quite obviously, what he should be interrogated about that. It sounds to me as if he's directing things, and so let's have a listen now to the GB News report. There are one or two around about how this guy's now being released. So he was over in the United States for, I think, 20 years, actually, in prison, doing time. This is the way they got him out of the way. I say they, being the security services here. They got him out of the way because he was extradited to the United States, and he's done about 20 years in prison over in the United States for setting up a terrorist training camp in Oregon. And now he's been released back to the UK. They don't really just want to let him out on the street, so they put him in a mental asylum. It's also quite clear, if you look at the psychiatrist reports when he was being sent back to the UK 2 or 3 years ago, that he still says that he actually said to the psychiatrist, I'm a terrorist, I'm a violent terrorist. But he's got his legal aid, and now he's being, it seems, released from mental health custody in the UK.
A convicted Islamist extremist linked to the 7/7 bombings has received more than £65,000 in tax-funded legal aid. Haroon Aswat, who was jailed for 20 years for plotting to set up an extremist training camp, was recently released from a high-security psychiatric hospital. Figures show he received more than £14,000 in legal help for mental health-related civil cases over the last 2 decades. I can't even begin to think about the mental health of the people that survived that and the people that lost loved ones in that attack. Any case, let's talk to a journalist, Isaac Crafton, who has the full details for us. Isaac, tell us more. This is shocking.
It is. Thank you for having me on, Dawn, and thank you, everybody. I was on about a month ago breaking the story that Haroon Aswat had been released from that mental health facility, and that inspired me to do a Freedom of Information request into how much taxpayer-funded legal aid he had received. And as you say, the figures are shocking. £65,000 in total over 2 decades, but I think in particular it's that £14,000 for mental health related legal aid that I think will particularly infuriate GB News viewers.
And this, Do we know any more details? I mean, sort of like, what about the mental health of the people that went through the horrors we're showing on your screens now? And I'm sorry, they are very upsetting pictures, and I covered that when I was on newspapers, and it was just an absolute horror. And so many young people died, the families are still suffering, the injuries. I mean, many of them had huge amounts of trouble getting any compensation.
I think that's an excellent point. So he was in the High Court last year where he was sort of arguing that he should be released and he was reformed. So I would imagine some of that thousands of pounds would have been used to be represented in the High Court. Many people would argue, quite rightly, I guess, why is this guy just not in prison for the rest of his life, having committed and plotted such an atrocity, as you say. And I've covered cases, I'm sure you have as well, where the victims of terrorist atrocities, just like the Manchester Arena, they don't get, the families of those victims, they don't get legal aid to be represented at inquests. The victims don't get this sort of funds for payouts in terms of compensation. So it really would feel and does feel like a sort of two-tier system, really.
It really does. I just couldn't make that up. So do we know any more about where this person has gone? I mean, he's 50 years old, isn't he? He's been released from that southeast London mental hospital. I mean, I'm assuming, therefore, he was found criminally insane at his trial. That's why he ended up in a psychiatric hospital where you are allowed to claim benefits. Is that the case, Isaac?
So it's been a complicated one and involves sort of him coming over from abroad and then serving that time in the psychiatric unit in a facility near Bromley. He was released about a month ago. Exactly where he is now is a bit uncertain. The Ministry of Justice are not disclosing that, but I do know that justice sources have told me that he's in another facility, that he is not prison. It's a shocking one, as you say, Dawn, and I think there'll be a lot of people, like you say, who have been impacted by this mentally and these sort of attacks, who just simply don't get the same compensation or the same treatment as this guy did.
It is truly, truly scary, isn't it? I mean, it always seems to be every time I talk to you, Isaac. I mean, and this is a cracking story, and I remember asking you to come back and tell us more about it, that once again we have to face up to the fact that the criminals get more care and attention and indeed money than the victims of their crimes. Isaac, thank you so much for bringing us that horrific story. That's journalist Isaac Crowson there on the terrorist who's been given taxpayer money because of his mental health issues.
Well, GB News didn't actually have put that up on their website. It was really difficult to watch because they got loads and loads and loads of ads. But anyway, that was the interview. They didn't put it up on YouTube or anywhere else, but that was on their webpage. Martin, it's got all the details about this guy, pretty much, including the details from the psychiatric report, which make it clear he's still wants to be a terrorist, and it doesn't seem as if anything's going to happen to him at all.
Well, maybe he's a patsy for the intelligence services, which is why he's been protected all the time. And in actual fact, underlying all of this, we discussed this before we had that clip, what we suspect is that the British state and the Israeli state were behind what happened here. And so he's a nobody. He doesn't. They say he was on the phone to the bombers on the day. Where's the evidence for that?
Well, this is the police said this, and I think it's quite clear he was on the phone. What may have been happening? I mean, particularly if we look at what the conclusions that we've been talking about, potentially that there were actually timed bombs under the trains and in the bus. If you remember, Daniel Obachicki said he was on the bus, and nobody fitting Haseeb Hussein's description got on the bus. Some little guy did, and he left his bag upstairs, got off the bus, and a few seconds later the bus blew up. So something would have happened to those four guys.Maybe Haroun Aswat was marshalling them, speaking to them and getting them to somewhere separate to the bombings where they would then be killed and their bodies been then sent back to their families.
There's a lot more to this than meets the eye. Now, we obviously cover NATO intelligence service evil. They don't actually do that in GB News.
On our show page, I'll put a photo fit. So if anyone spots Haroun Aswat, get a reasonably up-to-date photograph, then maybe we can just ask him, what were you doing? Obviously, you need to be a little bit careful with a self-confessed terrorist.
Well, these people self-confessing to being terrorists and all the rest of it, it just doesn't ring true to me.
It does to me. I think he believes believes it.
Well,
he's
he
a
may
mental
believe
patient.
it, but he's not somebody who's capable of
as
doing
many
it.
of these Hizb ut-Tahrir, etc., and al-Majourin people do believe that they need to follow the prophecies and follow the Quran. They've got to overthrow the West.
Yes, I know, but those people are actually...
They can be quite useful, can't they?
They get very useful, flotsam and jetsam to be used and
He says
and
apparently
abused.
as well he was a bodyguard for Bin Laden.
Well, yes, and lots of people say all sorts of things, don't they?
Well, maybe he was. If he's been brought into this for a very early stage.
Yeah, well, don't forget Bin Laden worked very closely with British Special Forces when he first got going. Of course he did.
And the CIA.
And the CIA. So everybody knows everybody in this little story.
Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, I will put up some photo fits of Haroon Aswat. If anyone spots him wandering around Bromley or anywhere else, please do let us know, because we would like to ask him what he asked the 4 alleged bombers to do that morning. Also, of course, there are all sorts of people who've said all sorts of interesting things about the 7/7 bombings, but one of them is Richard Cottrell, I mentioned earlier, the author of this book on Beeching, the Dr. Beeching and the guy that destroyed the railways. But he also wrote another book, didn't he, about Gladio?
Yeah, and I think the title was Gladio, the fascist mafia CIA dagger at the heart of Europe.
Anyway, he had this to say about the 7/7 bombings when he spoke to me 7 or 8 years ago.
Well, I never really thought I would find myself devoting such a large part of my life to writing a book about NATO. And this was roughly about the time that 7/7 occurred. I'm a former journalist. And what depressed me about the reactions to 7/7, and shortly afterwards the death of the Brazilian de Menezes, was the willingness of public opinion to believe the official explanation of events. That's one thing. The second was the behavior of the mainstream media, who simply swallowed the dose given out by the government like a bunch of Strasbourg geese. There was no attempt whatsoever to question, for obviously considerable difficulties in the account which was emanating from the authorities. So really, my concern here was not only that I didn't believe the official account, but I also recognized that journalism, as an honourable, free-thinking, truth-seeking profession in the UK, was dead.
Journalism's dead. And I think in a way he's right, isn't he? There really were no proper accounts in the London press, the London news media, that questioned pretty much anything on September on 7/7. The only people that did it were people like us, Adrian, and the people behind the Ludicrous Diversions and this film BT, which pointed out there were glaring anomalies in the government account.
Yes, and of course Richard Cottrell ultimately became a Conservative member of the European Parliament for this region, did he not? And comes from a very, respectable background. But of course, because he's lived in Italy, lots of people in Italy know that the government blows things up and kills people. Not Andreotti, who was it? One of the former prime ministers, Giulio Andreotti, said, well, Gladio worked really well for us. We planted all these bombs and stuff, and we stopped the communists from
the idea is to
power.
pull the wool over the public's eyes to make them think they're living in a democracy when actually it's a form of dictatorship.
That's right. So in other words, and the way they do it is what they called in Italy the strategia di tensione, the strategy of tension. So people get killed, people get assassinated, police officers are blown up, and it's all being orchestrated by the state to freak the population out. So Vincenzo Vinciguerro, who's one of the activists within the movement, who's a fascist operative within Gladio, and he was saying, well, we deliberately went for ordinary people because what we're trying to do is frighten ordinary people. Yeah, so we kill ordinary people, and then we say, right, we need extra powers for this, that, and the other. We're going to have to invade so and so, and this, that, and the other. So that's the reality of life in the West, and it's never been allowed to be. I mean, the communists should have won the election in Italy in 1948. They'd been the main resistance to the fascists and the Nazis all the way through the war. They were very highly regarded in all throughout Italy. But of course, what happened was the Americans brought in Lucky Luciano from prison in New York, and he got all the mafia families in Sicily and elsewhere to make sure they keep the communists out. So the alliance between the mafia, the CIA, and NATO goes back right to that era.
Yeah, so
and
Richard,
Italy today is still run by that same mafia.
I don't want to spoon feed people, but it's brilliant, his book. Richard was a really genuine, he was the sort of guy that in any kind of normal world would have made it to become a BBC Director General or somebody like that, because he was independent-minded and able to think for himself. Anyway, he was instead sort of elbowed to the sidelines. He became a director of one of the big privatised train companies as well, because he knew a lot about the railways, having been a journalist all the way through the Beeching years. His book is called Gladio, NATO's Dagger at the Heart of Europe, the Pentagon, Nazi, Mafia, Terror Axis. It's published by Richard Cottrell. I think it was about 2014, 13. Let's have a look. No. Anyway, the description for the book is masquerading as a rearguard action against a possible communist takeover. NATO's covert special forces are in reality a hideous cancer poisoning European democracy. The dirty war projects have included the Italian strategy of tension. You were just talking about, Martin, the Red Brigades and Baader-Meinhof, Red Army faction, the Banco Ambrosiana scandal, the deaths of Italian ex-MP Aldo Moro, former Prime Minister actually, and the banker Roberto Calvi, the media magnate Robert Maxwell, Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme, and the umbrella murder, as well as the attempt on Pope John Paul II's life, the sex snare set for British Prime Minister Harold Wilson, and the Cyprus genocide. Gladio architect Lyman Lemnitzer is implicated in the 1944 reintroduction of the mafia into Sicily and the murder of the Kennedy brothers too. Covert NATO operations were behind Solidarnosc, the fall of the Soviet Union, the colour revolutions of Eastern Europe and North Africa, and the massacres of August 2011 in Norway and Libya. The infiltration of Occupy Wall Street also by violent provocateurs is on the same pattern. So it's a sort of a bit of an unmissable thing, isn't it, from Richard Cottrell, a bit of a tour de force.
Yes, and I think in actual fact, of course he was a Conservative member of European Parliament, as I say, a respectable chap, but also knows what he's talking about. Most people are not aware of these things for obvious reasons. They work because the mass media don't inform people about what's happened in the past, let alone what's going on now, and therefore they've become putty in the hands of the people manipulating things from behind the scenes. But what we have got with the internet and over time, of course, with AI now, anybody who disputes what we're saying, they can just get their phone out and ask AI about it, and they'll find it.
I suppose the evil empire, they just hope people don't read books like Richard's and get themselves informed about their own modern history.
That's right. And of course, in actual fact, a lot of what goes on is that people are actually distracting themselves from finding anything out. You know, when they look, I do it myself. I'm looking at the phone and I'm suddenly reading about, dog found in Bradford or whatever it is, because it's just there in front of me and that's what I'm looking at.
So steering perceptions is what this is all about, and it was nice to see Adil Raja on his website do a version of our chat we had about Palantir and algorithms last week with Judith Brown, and so that's another website. I might put a link up to that. He's managed to do an amazing job and turned it into an article using AI, although I don't know, but the headlines all look wrong to me. But anyway, he's done I'm not going to complain, I'm not at all complaining. He's doing a super job, I think, Adil, in compiling his information on his own website.
He is, of course, an ex-Pakistani military officer who's been sentenced to 14 years in prison in absentia for opposing the current military government in Pakistan.
Correct, yeah, and he was also the spokesperson on national TV for several years for the Pakistani Army Veterans Association. So the Pakistani people over there recognise him, know him as a bit of a... when I was in London with him, it was quite interesting. We went into a restaurant and people are sort of, oh, is it really you? The Pakistani community in this country, they all know him.
Yeah. And of course, because we've got the Pakistani community in this country, many of them are far, far better informed about international terrorism than your average punter in this country.
Yeah.
Like, for example, when supposedly Bin Laden was done in Abbottabad, I was talking to taxi drivers and shop shopkeepers around where I live, and they were just rolling their eyes. Nobody believes a word of it. It's just made up.
All this mass media bamboozlement from London, is it going to work?
Well, it does work, otherwise they wouldn't do it. Yeah, they do all of these things because they work.
As Manfred would say, this is for the stupid people. It's a sad state of affairs. So anyway, talking of all this sort of interference in what we see and hear, COINTELPRO, we were talking about last week. Anyway, Aileen O'Loughlin, there's this Irish former mainstream media journalist who's got, I think, an excellent blog. She's been looking at things like this attempt to poison the well of the interrogation of what happened at the Manchester Arena bombing in 2017, just before Jeremy Corbyn was elected, Martin.
Yes, and of course, what they do is they don't just try and suppress people.
Oh, sorry, not elected.
Yeah,
he was nearly elected.
Yes,
he did very well.
I think that the whole purpose of that bomb, if it was planted by the deep state, was to put Corbyn on the spot. They say, well, what are you going to do about these terrible Islamic terrorists who are blowing everything up?
They kept having pictures of him, didn't they, with so-called Palestinian terrorists?
Yes, that's right. So they were.
Corbyn is a terrorist. Yes, we just had a big bomb in Manchester. Don't vote for him.
You also have to point out that the headquarters of the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group was in Manchester, because they were invited there by MI6 during the Margaret Thatcher era.
Or maybe MI6.
we were against the Gaddafi regime in Libya. They were the main opposition to Gaddafi, so they were given free run of Manchester. And in fact, the alleged bomber, had been in Libya fighting under the direction of British Special Forces against the Libyan army before he came back and apparently blew himself up, although his father doesn't believe that. He thinks it was a setup.
Well, I think it was too.
Well,
we had Dawn Waddy, if you remember. She was sitting about what she believed was next to the actual bomber. Someone who was fiddling with her bag. She didn't speak English, acting very suspiciously. She pointed them out to Showsec Security with their private security company at the arena, and they said, what are you worried about? She said, this woman is acting really suspiciously. Will you please have a look in her bag? No, we're not going to bother, because we think you're the one that's the problem. And they left her. She left, like, literally just before the end of the concert. She actually went out and back down the aisle, and just after she left the actual auditorium itself, the bomb blew up.
Yes, and the purpose of it, coming back round the houses, is that it's supposed to put Jeremy Corbyn on the spot. What are you going to do about these terrible... And Corbyn just played a straight bat. He said, well, look, of course I condemn this absolutely, but if we're going to go round the world killing and bombing people, as we have been, something is bound to blow back. That's all he said. And of course,
Ken Livingstone said exactly the same, by the way, on Question Time.
That's right. Well, I mean, the point is, it's worse than that, because I think the British state was involved in it. Yeah. So it's not just blowback. But on the other hand, ordinary people could see the logic. Yeah. They can see if you're going to bomb people, then they're going to bomb you back. That's what happened in World War II. It's what happened.
There's been all sorts of pain and hardship piled upon families and the survivors of these 7/7 and Manchester attacks, particularly. There's others, of course, Westminster too. And the point here, it seems to me, is to sort of pile pain upon pain. So the judicial process, whether it's an inquest, which should have been a public inquiry, that's painful, because you're not getting any legal aid, you've got no jury, you can't ask any questions of the authorities. These people are being told. And then they have the double horror of then having someone like Richard D. Hall popping up and saying, by the way, nobody actually died at Manchester. It's all a fiction. It was just a loud bang. And everyone who died is lying because it was all crisis actors involved.
Yeah, well, what that is they do plant bombs. They planted a bomb in Bologna railway station that killed 87 people. There's no doubt about it. Police investigations pointed to the finger at Roberto Fiore, who fled to Britain to avoid extradition. They do all of this, and then they don't. I'm not quite sure where I'm going with that one, but I mean, you can see what I'm very suspicious of all of these things. It's not just making mess. They haven't just let this guy Haroon Aswat has been let out so that we can now have a row about his.
Well, no, surely he's been let out so he can go and do other little jobs for MI6.
No. The little job he's doing now is being a little hate figure for everybody. Why did we let him out? What's going on? So we're not getting down to the real what happened on 7/7, are we? We're talking about
well, I think
him.
we are, actually. Yeah.
Well, we are.
By looking at
the
him.
rest of them.
No, everyone is looking at him. I mean, okay, so in that article, they're talking about, oh, this money has gone to him. Actually, that, in a way, is a diversion.
Of course
we want to know who was this guy, what was his involvement with Hizb ut-Tahrir, Al-Mujaroon, and 7/7.
Yes.
And in a way, it's good if he's out and about, because maybe someone can find him, interrogate him, and find out what really happened.
And
maybe the police can.
If they, and then not interrogate him and find out he's been working for MI5 all the time. That's the most likely explanation, or the Israelis.
He may not necessarily even realise that.
Right.
If he's a big believer, this is the thing.
That's right.
This is like the nutter magnets. They
right.
like to manage these people, nutter magnets.
Lee Harvey Oswald was amazed when he got arrested for supposedly shooting.
Bemused.
Yeah.
I don't think Haroon Aswat was at all bemused when he got arrested.
What you've got is you've got the Webster Tarpley said, you've got three main factors in these things. You've got the patsies, the technicians, and the moles. The moles are the people really behind it. Security people, like, they're the top of the
So
tree.
somebody like, say, for example, Martin McDade, working for the Special Boat Service, in the middle of the bookshop.
That's right, but he will be answering to people further up the train in MI6.
Then you've got the patsies, which are the guys who were sent down to London.
So somebody's got to seem as if they did it.
Who are these technicians?
The technicians are the ones who actually plant the bombs. So the bombs in 7/7 were probably planted. Do you remember there was the work going on the Jubilee line at the time? And that's probably why they killed Charles de Menezes, because he knew about that. Somebody got access to the tubes and planted the bombs.
Let's just look at that for a second. The technicians, it's interesting you brought this up, because there was this company, Bechtel, and there was another Israeli company, actually, called Verint Systems, whose parent company, their boss was on the run, Kobe Alexander. He'd absconded with, say, something like £13 million, and he was also on the run from the American authorities, and still, their company got a contract with the London Underground to do their CCTV. So they were it was run by a crooked former IDF officer, and they had access to the tube tunnels. So maybe they're the technicians that planted the bombs.
That's right, and of course, strangely enough, none of the CCTV cameras were working on the day of the attack. So we've got you see, people think they've seen the bombers on the CCTV, and that was from the dry run the previous week. So if you can imagine, these people are being set up.
Well, they say it was a dry run. It was probably just another similar thing that Haroon Aswat was bringing him down to London and moving him around.
Well, it may be that they were being they were
just moving drugs.
Yes. Well, they may. That's one of the theories that people are saying. Well, maybe they're just doing they were just doing a drugs run. Yeah, that's what they thought they were doing.
I got a call, you've reminded me, I got a call just after we were on the Conspiracy Files film from a guy who said he was a police detective, and he said that you have a look at Jermaine Lindsay. He was the one of the 4 alleged bombers who was from Aylesbury. He said there's no way this guy was going to kill himself. He said he was getting very wealthy, he'd been doing money laundering, I was investigating him, and he was also, he was about to get married. He's about to start a family. There's absolutely no way, not in a million years, was he going to go and kill himself. He had he made his money, and he was just about to start a life with his new fiancée.
Yes. So, in other words, the deeper you look at this, the more sinister it becomes. But in a sense, it's actually quite straightforward. The deep state created Al-Qaeda in the first place. That's who created it. It didn't exist. But
isn't it
British
funny?
intelligence
Isn't it funny how Al-Mujaroon popped up about the same time as Operation Cyclone in the 80s? It's absolutely mad. Anyway, look, let's have a listen now to, finally, before the break, we'll have a listen to this COINTELPRO report, which is looking at the way that the narrative is attempted to be steered by these people who it looks increasingly likely are disinformation agents. Do you want to just remind everybody what COINTELPRO stands for?
Counterintelligence propaganda.
Counterintelligence program, actually. And it was against the Black Panthers and American...
All anybody on the left in the US got smashed up by COINTELPRO.
So they had basically fake people in there steering the
That's right, they've
narrative.
got people infiltrators, they set people up with drug
The
busts.
civil rights movement, Martin Luther King's lot were infiltrated by the FBI.
Yeah, of course, that's right, they don't sit on their hands, these people. They never do.
Yeah, they're steering the interpretation and the discussion after the event. So let's have a listen now. This is Ailing O'Loughlin. I'll put a link up to her blog on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. COINTELPRO UK.
How we doing? I hope everybody's really well and looking after yourselves. I just want to go over this Nick Colostrom, the maddest court case ever, or why private investigator Richard D. Hall was fined $270,000 for his views, okay? So it was actually the comments that got me. Let me just scroll down. So Nick Colostrom be part of the network, really, that has pushed this no bomb, no victims line, which I have refuted, to very little support really out there, but that's all right. It's not about that. It's about what's right and what's wrong. What is the objective truth here? That's all that matters on this one. Did people actually die in the night or didn't they? Now, Nick Colostrom is saying they didn't. Okay, so he's supporting Richard D. Hall. He is, oh, there he is. He's lined it out. He said there are now 4 textbooks on the subject of what happened that evening, and they are concordant. So, False Flags Over Europe, A Modern History of False Flag Terror 2020 by me, Nick Colostrom. Richard D. Hall, The Night of the Bang, 2022, deleted by Amazon, but there's a free PDF. Ian Davis, The Manchester Attack, An Independent Investigation 2024. It seems to be suspended from circulation, unless I'm wrong. I can't find it to buy online at the minute. David Hughes, The Law versus the Truth, What Happened at Manchester. So these are 4 very interesting people, right, to look at. And I would add Francis O'Neill in there too, because Francis did a large piece on that too, didn't he? Yeah, Francis did a piece called Victims or Actors, and he really went through it thoroughly, got a lot of support, and he concluded, no, they're actors. Okay, so he's supporting Delingpole as well. Delingpole's part of this gang. And saying, no, these people are crisis actors, all right? And all the time I'm saying, this is, lads, you don't have the evidence to say that. You don't have the evidence. You're speculating. What you're coming up with is not actually proper evidence. And this is very, very dangerous game you're all playing. So he's saying there's a crisis actor here on his phone. Well, you could be on a phone in that position. You could. See, this is not enough evidence. So, boom. You could reach for your phone and try and grab someone and say, I'm all right. There's been a bomb. It's be one of the first things any of us would do. So somebody being on a phone doesn't mean they're a crisis actor. And just because there's walking doesn't mean she's a crisis actor. Anyway, we're not going to go over all that again. A minute ago. So he's saying these are all crisis actors. They're not really dead, even though nothing has been produced to show us that they're still alive. Nothing. But hey, don't let the facts get of a good conspiracy. All the 22s. You know, some of them really and truly you just go, okay, all right, there's a lot of 22s, but again, what? Like, what are you saying about it? Maybe there's dodgy business behind it. Yeah, but are they dead or are they alive? Are they crisis actors or are they real people? This is what it comes down to. This is no bomb, no victim thing is very, very important. Now look what he's put in here. He's put in here the mendacity. Mendacity, thy name is Hibbert. Mr. Hibbert had worked as an actor. Now, we all know at this point that this isn't true. He's not an actor. This went up, but it's not true. He wasn't in the bill. So why doesn't Colostrom know this? Or does he know it? Is he just continuing to put this out for folks down the back that realise this yet? So now they all think Hibbert's an actor. He's not an actor. So he's concluding anyway that all the scrap of evidence that Richard D. Hall and Ian Davis, they really did an incredible job poring over all the evidence and they concluded it was fake. So it seems to be incredibly important to counterintelligence that conspiracy theorists, or people who are put into that category anyway, believe that there was no bomb and no victims on that night. I've said this many times. I've put up with a lot of flack for it, but I know what I'm talking about on this one because I've examined it. So there's Francis Leader. Where's the fundraiser for Richard's fine? Oh, come on. No more fundraisers for Richard. Richard's got quite enough. Richard's always on the rattle down. You know, but this is what I find very interesting. Ian Davis. Heineck, please make it clear that these are your own words and your own opinions, and that I, Ian Davis, and the journalist Richard D. Hall neither authorised nor encouraged you in any way to write your article titled The Maddest Court Case Ever, published on Substack the 22nd of May 2026. Sorry to be a pain, but I'm sure you could appreciate why it is absolutely essential that you make this fact clear. I do not speak for David Hughes, but I strongly suspect he will be of a similar view. And then here we have David A. Hughes. I concur. I, too, neither authorised nor encouraged you to write the maddest court case ever. Oh, okay, so this sounds like legal trouble. Does it not? Does it not? And when I went looking for Ian Davis's book, it's not for sale anymore. So has it been removed from circulation? Now, I asked Ian Davis on X, so I've put it to him. I said, is there any reason in particular why you've distanced yourself from Nick Collestrom's article? Is there any reason in particular? Now, nothing back. Unlike Ian, because in fairness to Ian, he does engage usually, so I haven't heard anything back. I put it out there. Does anybody else know? I'm very curious. Obviously, I'm very curious because I have taken a stand on this story. I've also identified a very visible network. I say they're putting out misinformation. They're misdirecting people on purpose.
So there you go, misdirecting people on purpose.
Well, if they're misdirecting people on purpose, I mean, obviously, there's plenty of crazy people out there with crazy views on the internet, but misdirecting people on purpose means that they're possibly agents of influence.
The other thing that's, I mean, I'll put the full version of that up on our show page, as she does go on a bit more, at thisweek.org.uk, Ailing O'Loughlin there. But, you know, there's so much in this, really. One of the basics is, this idea that, they haven't check basic facts. I would say she's talking mainly here about Ian Davis, Ian Davis, and also she's talking about David Hughes, but both of whom have been on this programme. Richard Hall, I wouldn't touch with a barge pole personally. I've always found him toxic, dangerous, lying basically. But they seem to have taken him much more seriously. Now, the interesting thing is when Nick Colestrom, who's another old, shall we say, friend of ours, although he's a Nazi apologist, he was involved quite a bit with, for example, he was the one that went down to Thameslink Connex and got the information about the train times.
Him and somebody else. Somebody else was with him, yeah.
I think, was it Ian Phantom, maybe?
Ian Phantom,
but it looks to me as if he's just sort of been swept up with this. This is the idea, isn't it? You have three, so you've got three, David Hughes, ex-university, Leicester guy, you've got Richard Hall himself, you've also got Ian Davis, and people like Nick Colestrom seem to, rather than actually bother to look and think for themselves, oh, I trust them, I think they're brilliant, and it just goes along with it. But what's so interesting she's saying there is that they have now put notices out publicly demanding that Nick Colestrom distance himself from what they've said. So she's quite right. There's obviously something going on, legally going on, by the families of the victims against the people who are publishing books saying they're all lying.
Yeah.
And the effect of this is stopping freedom of speech, isn't it? Ultimately, that seems to be the aim of it.
Well, what they're doing is they're abusing the freedom of speech to push out this disinformation, but then that makes it very difficult to people to listen to the real story that we're trying to tell about what went on.
I can tell you one thing, amongst the victims and families of, say, Manchester or London, they will now be being told, look, don't talk to anyone, because of what's happened with Richard Hall.
Right.
He's really poisoned.
So in other words, this serves its purpose. If somebody in the state is doing these things, they don't just do it and then walk away. They've got a follow-on strategy for managing the media, managing what people say.
It might not even be this state. It might be a foreign state.
Yes, it might be the Israeli state, for example, who seem to be quite keen on false flag attacks of one kind or another. Incidentally, I don't know if you saw this week, Tony, it's just popped into my mind. Do you realise that Paul Mason, who was slagging off David Miller...
He was the father of the chapel at the BBC TV.
Well, guess what he is... Guess what he's doing now? He's been appointed as a special advisor at the Ministry of Defence so that we can push the Ukraine war in the more successful fashion.
That's really annoying. I went for that job.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll be back after the break to do it all again and well, not do it all again, but just look a little bit more deeply at some of the main news stories this week.
For the day is far spent, and our very night becomes day when you are there. We pray in the light of the Transfiguration for the world we live in, for the Church and for all in need. O God, from whom to be turned is to fall, to whom to be turned is to rise, and in whom to stand is to abide forever. Grant us in all our duties thy help, in all our perplexities thy guidance, in all our dangers thy protection, and in all our sorrows thy peace. Through Jesus Christ our Redeemer. Amen. We pray for the Church of God throughout the world, in every continent, denomination and language, that she may shine with the light of Christ not only on the mountaintops of human experience, but in the valleys of the shadow of death. Bless your Church, ever-living God, for no church is an island entire to itself. For the fire of thy servants in past centuries, thy name be praised, O God. For ancient stones and liturgies, for ripened learning and long disciplines of prayer and peace, thy name be blessed, O God. And every saint preserve, renew and multiply in the eternal light of Christ. Amen. We pray for all who suffer injustice, sorrow and pain. We pray for all who live under oppressive regimes and unjust systems. With all God's people, we cry for justice and for peace in all the earth. Keep watch, dear Lord, with those who wake or watch or weep this night. And give your angels charge over those who sleep. Tend your sick ones, O Christ. Give rest to your weary ones. Bless your dying ones. Soothe your suffering ones. Shield your joyous ones. And all for your love's sake. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
strong right arm of the USA. Strong arm thugs of the USA. They're the ones who killed Che Guevara, all because he fought to liberate Cuba. Now they out to march Nicaragua with their plans to squash Sandinista. Every day they slander and perjure. They're the masters of torture and murder. Don't believe what you hear from the media. They're the ones who killed Victor Jara. Don't believe what you hear about Chile. They're the ones who topple Allende in the liberation of Zimbabwe. They were there to try to stop Mugabe. If you don't believe that they're evil, look what they done to the Cambodian people. Nixon, Reagan, they are the same. Constantly they down breasts again. If you trust the Pentagon, you wind up in Vietnam. Nixon, Reagan, they are the same. Constantly they down breasts again.
Do you want them
to represent you?
Do you want them
to run the country?
Do you want them
to run the world?
Do you want them
to make your decisions?
Do you want them
to make up your mind?
Do you want them
to be your master?
Do you want them
to rule your fate? No. Pollute the ocean, to poison the earth, to rob our resources, to steal all our wealth, to devastate the forest, to kill all the species, to ruin God's kingdom. No. No more big ones. To build more reactors. To vision no vision. To stop all this madness. To stop use their heads. To get on the good foot. To get out the lead. Yes. Back the power to pay for their crime. For now is the hour. For now is the time to get up and get out. Then go out and get them. For now is the time. Yes. Of torture and murder. Don't believe what you hear Chile. They're the ones who topple Allende in the liberation of Zimbabwe. They were there to try to stop Mugabe. If you don't believe that they're evil, look what they done to the Cambodian people. CIA, strong right arm of the USA. Strong armed thugs of the USA.
Dan Del Santo, 1986, with the CI. It's one of, I mean, you know, it's a lovely song. It hardly ever gets played on the radio. Does anyone ever heard that get played on the radio? Maybe the CIA have made sure it doesn't get played on the. Maybe it's just a bad song. It's just, you know. So that's Dan Del Santo, and before that we heard Roixop from 2006, their version of Blue on Blue, which is actually a much older song. And at the beginning we had what was an excellent, I mean, isn't it mad, in the middle of St James, St James's Palace and Piccadilly in London, to have this lovely service taking place. Does make you wonder what on earth is really going on in central London there. Maybe this is an attempt at atonement or something. But I find it particularly irritating that you're increasingly getting American voices in the Church of England services. And Radio 3 is really the only place that does anything like this, and it sometimes even does them live. It used to do, people don't remember, the Radio 3 used to have two afternoons, maybe even more before that, but for many years, Tuesday afternoon and Thursday afternoon we'd have a live choral evensong from a cathedral somewhere, mostly cathedrals somewhere in the country. Lots and lots from the churches at All Souls Langham Place, I think it was, right next to the BBC headquarters. There's a church there they used to broadcast from quite a lot, but they're still the only people that do this stuff. Whether or not it's totally sincere, who knows? But anyway, there's a lovely, lovely prayer, and we need to have prayers. Prayers are probably the most important thing in the whole world. Sort of crystallization of the whole concept of love and understanding is something called prayer, something we used to understand a long time ago. Anyway, welcome back to the Bristol Politics Show with Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers and me, Tony Gosling. We had the death of Ron Liddell this week, didn't we? He's former editor of the Today programme, and since I think it's on the day he died, I didn't really like to moan too much, but he really, it seems to me, embodied everything that was wrong about the direction post 1990s that the London news media took. He'd become, like the editor of the Today programme, but he was advocating for the legalisation of child pornography.
Yeah, and one of the things he famously said, I'd like to be a teacher, but I wouldn't be able to keep my hands off the children. Yeah, so there you are. He came out with that.
So that's the sort of stuff, isn't it? He was also very Islamophobic, extremely. He was saying that we should ban the burqa or all this sort of thing. Anything to do with Islam, he seemed to hate it. And the idea was that this is all being presented to the world as London is a great centre for freedom of speech.
Well, I mean, he started off in the 80s, apparently he was in the SWP, then he became an advisor, he worked for the Labour Party, but he went to the right.
Intel, maybe?
He went to the right, and of course he got very well paid. The right wing loved him coming out with all of this stuff. He was a lefty, and now he's coming out with all this right wing stuff that we love. And of course he made a big career out of it. They were all happy to have him. They paid him. And of course, all you really, as journalism goes, all he's doing is pontificating about things he doesn't like every week, and he gets well paid for it. So there you are.
Mark Hollingsworth's book, I think it was just Mark Hollingsworth, it may have been he wrote it with someone else. Oh yeah, Nick Fielding, which came out, was it in the 90s? Oh, it was 2000, in fact. There's a couple of pages in Defending the Realm, MI5 and the Shayla affair, which talk about, very frankly, this is some information I imagine he got from Annie Mashon and David Shayla, but about the massive amount of infiltration that MI5 had done of the Socialist Workers' Party. So maybe Ron could have told us a little bit more about that.
Yeah. And of course, there's still the ongoing investigation or inquiry into the spy cops stuff, and more stuff comes out, but it comes out in dribs and drabs, and obviously it's of interest to, you know, lefties like me, but of course the rest of the population are blissfully unaware that the state has been involved in all this kind of manipulation. So Helen Steele, yes, it's come out this week. She was on a family holiday to New Zealand, and the guy who'd formed a relationship with her was in New Zealand, and she was trying to find him, yeah, because she worked out that he probably was a copper, and she was trying to track him down. So we, the British taxpayers, the New Zealand police watched them while they were there, so they were put under observation by the New Zealand police force. And the guy who'd had a relationship with her was moved with his family to Australia at a cost of over £1 million, our money to be spent to protect him from being exposed by his own victim, Helen Steele.
This is becoming sounding like a kind of pantomime here.
Well, it is a bit of a pantomime, really. If you think about it, the kind of groups they were infiltrating were, to all intents and purposes, harmless, you know. I mean, the SWP, whatever you may say about it, it's, you know, they would like to think of themselves as influential, but they're not really that influential. No. They're a rather minor.
Well, they hand out. Say you go on a demonstration, you quite often find the SWP there handing out loads of placards with SWP on it, so you can hold them.
That's right. I mean, but they are who they are. I mean, they've had a bit of a meltdown in recent years because they had an internal squabble about what they were going to do about an allegation of rape. But of course, all of this stuff is related to counterintelligence propaganda we were talking earlier. The infiltration of these groups is in order to try and split them, to try and find if we can create personal antagonisms and just undermine what they're trying to do. And the guy who eventually took over as the SDS head, whose name I've forgotten, he was interviewed and he said, well, I looked at it and I thought, we're just got to get rid of this. It's just a waste of money. There's nothing that they're doing that's of any use to anybody.
Well, it was of use to some people, wasn't it?
Well,
to destabilise the left. It was of use to the City of London, for example.
Yeah, well, destabilise the left.
As we were hearing about Italy earlier.
But he also realised, I mean, you know, it's not even... You know, the SDS would not really be involved in anything.
Special demonstrations.
Yeah, I mean, at one stage they did infiltrate the National Front, but the only reason they did that is because one of their infiltrators in the Workers' Revolutionary Party, said, well, we need to infiltrate the National Front, would you do it? And he went back to his bosses and said, well, okay, that's what they want you to do it. But that's the only right-wing group that they infiltrated, and only by accident. And of course, you've actually got criminals and terrorists out there, and they're not infiltrating those groups. You know, I mean, Helen Steele, if she'd found her abuser, was not going to do anything to him apart from expose him. Of course, what happened to Donaldson, who was exposed as a British agent at the top of the IRA? Well, he ended up dead. In the ditch.
I think over in France, the left wing are a bit better organised for some reason. I have no idea why. Maybe because the secret state doesn't interfere so much, and also they've got fairly sensible people like that guy who spoke out about the 7/7 London bombing explosive almost certainly being military explosive, the sort of stuff that might be used by the SAS rather than made up in a bathtub in Beeston.
Yes, well, I mean, obviously there's a deep state functioning in France as well. I mean, the NATO deep state is pretty ubiquitous.
Anyway, a couple of weeks ago they had Bastille Day in France, which is to do with the French Revolution. Do you want to just say something about your thoughts about the French Revolution, how worth celebrating?
Well, I mean, it's the day of the storming of the Bastille. You know, that's what they're remembering.
What was the Bastille?
The Bastille was an old castle in the centre of Paris, which, you know, in sort of radical imagination, it was a terrible place where they used to keep people,
a prison.
A prison.
Yeah.
But when they
political prisoners were
but they also had.
It's like saying London storming Belmarsh or something.
Well, no, more like the Tower of London.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, but the point is, it had
the crown jewels.
It had weaponry inside it. That's what the revolutions were really after, because they wanted to get the guns that were inside. And when they actually stormed it, there was hardly anybody in there. The one guy believed he was being put in there by his family because he believed he was Julius Caesar. So they rescued him and carried him through the streets, and this guy thought he was Julius Caesar. Think, yes, I'm Julius Caesar.
It sounds like the same sort of place they keep Harun Aswat, maybe.
That's right. I mean, it became central to the mythology of the revolution because it became, at that point, that's regarded as when the revolution started. And of course, even now, they still celebrate it for that reason.
So there's all sorts of sort of pro and anti things about the French Revolution. Obviously, you can see a despotic ruling class being overthrown being quite a good thing, but the way you do it in such a bloody way is quite surprising. And there are all sorts of other interpretations whereby Philip the Fair in the 1300s, he got rid of the Knights Templar from France, who were mainly based at La Rochelle. And there is, look, I mean, you can poo-poo this if you want, but, all right, so when he overthrew the Knights Templar and called for the arrest and interrogation of Jacques de Molay and the Templars, this was noted by the Templars, who many of them went to Scotland, to Edinburgh, and there was quite a resurgence quietly, and this whole idea of the lodge and the Freemasons being a place where the Templars could lodge in a safe house, basically, after that. But anyway, the idea is that the grudge went on and on against the French royal family, and so the French Revolution was a long-held grudge where everybody who'd been related to Philip the Fair, his whole bloodline, was murdered in the guillotines. So that's another interpretation on what happened. But overall, of course, this is a way of getting rid of despotic monarchies, but I mean, a good monarchy surely is a good thing, isn't it?
Well, look, Tony, there's masses of theories about the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution and all of them. You've just come out with one.
Is a republic better than a monarchy?
It depends, Tony. In Ireland, they think so. Yeah. They want a republic.
Well, it's certainly better than having a British monarchy in charge of Ireland, obviously. Anyway, let's have a listen now to what went on at Bastille Day over in Paris a couple of weeks ago.
Thousands of French protesters rallied against Ukrainian troops' participation in the Bastille Day military parade in Paris. The protesters, who were supporters of French nationalist politician Florian Philippot, marched through the city on Tuesday to slam the decision. Footage shows demonstrators streaming through Place to 18 June 1940 in Montparnasse, carrying French flags and banners reading Frexit and Down with the European Union, the Patriots.
The French national holiday is for the French army to parade. It is not primarily for the armies of European countries or a coalition of the willing. There is no reason for Ursula von der Leyen to be in the stands or Mark Rutte for NATO, and then obviously Ukraine with Zelensky present, along with elements of the Ukrainian army that we know are linked to very extremist or even neo-Nazi elements.
All of this is dishonorable for France, for peace, and bien sûr, for the French soldiers who fought against Nazism, and above all, it has nothing to do with the French national holiday, nothing at all.
Philippot, leader of Les Patriots, called the demonstration a real national parade that would be 100% French and free, contrasting it with the official celebrations on the Champs-Élysées. He criticized the participation of Ukrainian troops and the presence of European and NATO leaders, arguing that France's National Day should honor the country's own armed forces. Demonstrators echoed his criticism, chanting, "Soldiers of Ukraine, go home," and "Soldiers of NATO, go home." The march followed an official parade centered on European defense and support for Ukraine. Ukrainian troops joined the Bastille Day procession for the first time, with Zelensky, von der Leyen, and other European leaders attending the celebrations.
Speaking just before in unison with Jean Moulin and the General, we saw Macron this morning decked out with von der Leyen and Zelensky, turning the Champs-Élysées into a battlefield against Russia. We heard him yesterday at the Hôtel de Brienne during his speech to the armed forces, calling between the lines for a European army and mentioning the idea that he was ready, I quote, to shed blood for law and freedom.
Macron's 10 years have been a disaster, an absolute disaster in every respect, but we hope this is his last parade because it feels like he is clinging on, that he does not really want to leave. His only solution to stay in power would be to start a war, which we obviously do not want, but there it is. As for the rest, we will forget him very quickly. Macron will be thrown into the dustbin of history.
Remember that it only takes one man to change all of humanity. That is what we are demonstrating today. And we are not afraid. We are not afraid, and we will never be afraid. Especially when so-called Nazis imagine marching in our place. We are laughing because we know that history is on our side. And it is a spiritual history. It is a history they cannot understand, that they will never understand. And that is why they will be defeated.
The fact that Emmanuel Macron invited Zelensky is completely inappropriate. It is July 14th, the French national holiday. France should not be involved in this conflict.
Well, this is all contrasting very much with Britain, isn't it, across the channel?
It is. I mean, we've got the presidential election coming up in France, and Marine Le Pen has been cleared to run. Now, what she...
This guy Philpott, by the way, is part of the right.
Yes.
But he has been very much like sort of pushed away from the National Front because he's quite a bit much more extreme and racist than the rest of them. He started his own thing called Presidents of the Patriots.
Yes, okay. So what you've got in France is because they've got a two... It's not a proportional system, but it's a two-round system. So it's possible to have all sorts of different parties on the left and on the right, because they can compete for each other in the first round, and then the second round, it generally tends to the left and the right have to vote for whoever's left, or as in whoever's left in the contest. Now, Marine Le Pen is calling for France to leave the NATO structure. So they won't leave NATO completely.
Again.
Well, yes, well, I mean, because in France, both on the left and the right, most people do not want to fight with Russia. They never have.
No.
Whereas in this country, because of the Russophobic stuff, all the James Bond films.
Also because the left has been so controlled through the Socialist Workers' Party, etc.
Well, no, it's not just. The
It is.
Socialist Workers' Party don't want to fight in Ukraine either.
There was a whole element of the left here that was supporting Ukraine right the way through
well,
this.
no.
And they have now been sidelined to a certain extent, but there's nothing like in France.
Well, in France it's a bit different for various reasons. I was just going to point this out. The La France Insoumise, Mélenchon, he is probably going to be in the second round. It'll be Marine Le Pen versus him, I think, and he wants France out of NATO altogether. Now, if we'd had our Reform colleague here this afternoon, but she may come back next week, when are Reform going to call for Britain to leave NATO? Because that's what the right wing in France want. That's what sovereignty looks like.
Well, they don't
no US bases, no war with Iran, no war with Russia. That's what. Yeah, and in the right wing in France, that's what they want, and so do the left wing.
And what about war?
Nobody wants it.
What about war with Iran? We're going to keep that too?
Well, this is it. We're being dragged. We'd all being dragged down the drain to fight by the Israelis and the Americans, aren't we?
Yeah.
Are we going to assert ourselves? maybe we better.
Yeah, so I think you're all right about people in the reform lot. I mean, they're looking at all this and saying, well, look, you know, we're now in politics as a potential. I mean, they've got hundreds of councillors across the country controlling scores of local authorities nowadays, and so they're thinking, right, we're going to have to just pick our fights. And I would imagine that some of those things, like you're saying about like getting out of NATO, Farage's statement that we were coaxed into the Russian we tempted the Russians or coaxed the Russians into invading Ukraine. It was our fault. That is all now forgotten. That's got to be forgotten about if they're going to be. That's right,
because don't forget that both the right and the left in this country are beholden to the US in a way that in France they are not. De Gaulle was independent of the Americans. And he always took the view that we've got, you know, it's in France's interest to be friendly with the Russians, friendly with the Americans, but we want our own policy. Whereas in this country, we've always been subservient to the Americans and therefore to the Israelis.
So the French are reacting rather differently to their government's demonisation of Russia. Russia just today, the Russians, this is a little bit more recently, a couple of days ago, Russia has accused France of silencing dissent, and they're expelling French journalists from Russia. So they're all they're doing whatever they can to be part of this pro-Zelensky, anti-Russian thing, even though Zelensky, of course, is actually not a president, and even he was elected to do the complete opposite of what he did, rather like Donald Trump.
Yes, and Macron and the Le France En Marche, or whatever his party was called, they have collapsed. What happened in the last elections to the National Assembly was that in the first round the National Front came out on top, but in the second round the left won. Yeah, the left control the National Assembly, and in theory they ought to be able to appoint the Prime Minister, but Macron won't accept that. This is called cohabitation, but it's not cohabitation. And of course, in the Russian election, which is they've got a very similar system for presidential elections to the French, it could be that United Russia won't get 50%. They control 50% of the Duma at the moment, just about by 2 or 3 mandates, and they could lose that control. In which case, they'll have to form a coalition with some other party. But there won't be much problem about that, because they're all pretty much on the same page, certainly about foreign policy. In France, there's always going to be an issue if you've got a president from the right, for example, and a National Assembly controlled by the left, or vice versa.
He was just
it's a recipe for gridlock.
Macron was just implanted in. He's an ex-Rothschild banker, for goodness sake. So who the hell is he? I remember as soon as he was elected, there were all these brilliant French, because they're quite good at this agitprop stuff, with pictures of him with a slightly weird-looking eyes, with imposter in French. EUR at the end of it, written all over it. Anyway, look, there's
he'll be gone.
There's lots of, of course, he's going to be history. He's just been in the way for a few years. Maybe there'll be someone else who's been put in the way, just as our governments seem to be in the way. Was it John Dewey that says that government is a shadow cast across society by big business? Something like that, or politics or something. Anyway, we've got this problem right now with the police. The Metropolitan Police seem to be very, very enthusiastic, Martin, about arresting anyone that supports peaceful direct action in support of the Palestinians who have been subjected to genocide. And you said there was something happened here in Bristol.
Yes, I mean, there was a protest up at Horfield Prison this week, where Palestine Action activists went and,
But they're banned.
Well, they're banned, but the people went there and identified themselves as Palestine Action, and the police then arrested them all.
So they're supporters of Palestine Action?
Well, they said they were, and then they've been arrested because they're obviously terrorists, Tony. So that's why they've been arrested.
So there's a bit of a problem going on in this country. The police resources are being sucked in to do all this sort of thing. And meanwhile, we've got Israeli war criminals coming back to the UK who've been fighting in this genocide who were just left scot-free.
Well, that's right. I mean,
actually, British war criminals have been fighting with the Israelis.
Don't forget, back in the day, the ancestors of the Israeli occupation forces, the Irgun and the Lehi, were criminal terrorist organisations. They were banned. Now, if the Israeli army is involved in genocide, as it seems to be, maybe anybody who speaks out in support of the Israeli army should be treated as a terrorist. And that certainly means the Mervis, who's the head of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, whose son is serving in the Israeli army. Maybe if they're going to keep out speaking out in favour of genocide, maybe they should be facing 14 years in prison. Let's just make it fair. 14 years in prison for the Palestine Action activists, 14 years in prison for the chair of the Board of Deputies of British Jews.
Various of the people...
UVF in prison, IRA in prison. Various, two H blocks, one for each of them.
Various of the people who have been arrested for carrying banners saying, I support Palestine Action, I oppose genocide, and variations on that theme, had to go to a mass hearing this week in London, and from Defend Our Juries, Tim Crossland addressed the crowd there. Loads of them were, of course, again arrested. I think our very own Matt O'Brien got arrested, who's been on this show a few times, apparently for doing some karaoke. But anyway, it doesn't seem to take much to anyone that does this or does anything, like stands up and is about to speak, they're getting arrested. So let's see what Tim Crossland has to say about this from Defend Our Juries, who was actually there at the time.
Thank you everyone for being here and for being witness to this crime scene, because that is what this building has become. Because when you suppress opposition to genocide, you make yourself an accessory to genocide, and that is exactly what these judges have done today. This is a shocking moment for anyone who believed we have democratic institutions. It is not acceptable in a democracy to use terrorism laws against people who are obviously not terrorists, who are trying to save lives. That is the hallmark of an autocracy. Saeed put his finger on it a moment ago when he pointed out this judgment is based on a completely false legal premise, that Elbit Systems is a lawful business. Those judges need to go back to law school. It is not lawful to facilitate a genocide at international law. It is not lawful under the International Criminal Court Act 2000, which is a piece of British law. Look up section 52. Aiding and abetting a genocide. That is so clearly what Elbit are doing. They are not a lawful business. This is a self-defeating judgment from the state today, because we know that ultimately the prescription will be found to be unlawful, if not by the Supreme Court, probably not by the Supreme Court, because let's face it, the British courts have allowed themselves to be weaponised to suppress opposition to genocide, to preserve the shares for the arms companies, just like for the fossil fuel companies. That is their job, upholding the status quo, upholding power. But this prescription will fall at the European Court of Human Rights, and we know that, because already the Council of Europe has said this is a shocking overreach, it's a shocking violation of international human rights law. So has Volker Turk, UN Human Rights Chief, so has Amnesty, so has anyone with any basic understanding of human rights law. But far more importantly, we will be winning outside court. And today, in many ways, is a great day for the movement. It's a great day for all of us who've been looking for a way to express our horror at what our government does, who before the 5th of July last year didn't know how to express our resistance, didn't know how to send a message. The government must stop using our taxpayer money to fund the slaughter of civilians, to fund the shooting of children, to fund the starvation, the rape of beautiful people in Gaza and the West Bank. But that prescription has given us such an easy way. All we need to do is sit down with our conscience, with our cardboard signs which say, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action, and together our resistance will grow and build and we will win. Thank you.
So that's Tim Crossland speaking last weekend from a week ago, Friday, I think it actually was, from London, from Defend Our Juries. Martin, it does seem as if the state has set itself up on a sort of, well, on a criminal enterprise, really, in allegiance with, particularly pernicious in all of this has been this lady, Yvette Cooper, who's the partner of, or married to, Ed Balls, former, was he Chancellor or Shadow Chancellor? Bilderberger.
Yes, so and of course, Labour Together and Labour Friends of Israel, who don't keep a list of their members anymore. They give money to all of these people for their campaigns and so on. They're way out of line with public opinion in this country. And it's turning, obviously the lots of legal opinion is that this is just totally out, that there's going to be an appeal to the Supreme Court and it will go on to the European Court of Human Rights. Meanwhile, of course, young people are facing very, very serious prison sentences. And, they are, having to serve them, and they're having their careers ruined, their lives ruined. I'm sure they know what they're doing. One is just so impressed with them. But the government itself is being made to look more and more stupid as a result of all of this. And of course, the war ain't over. The war's just getting going. When it really gets going, people are going to get madder and madder.
So if this Iran war does carry on, could all these people be incarcerated?
Well, they could come in round to our house and incarcerating all of us. Yeah,
which makes what
happened in 1969 in Ireland. They rounded everybody up and put them behind barbed wire.
Prison early release scheme has got something to do with that, but it's not really been very well by the press. For some reason they don't seem to be able to actually drill into how these early release schemes work. One programme did, and do you know what? That's the programme the BBC Director General is planning to scrap. It's called The World Tonight. It's always worth a listen. In fact, now they know that they're like the rabbit in the headlights. They're not going to be the rabbit in the headlights. They're doing a very, very good job every 10 p.m. at Radio 4 every night. They're doing an even better job. They seem to have some decent editors on that show, trying to make sure that everybody understands just how crooked and corrupt this government is. And they're doing it quite subtly. Anyway, let's have a listen now to The World Tonight from a couple of weeks ago, where they go into some great detail on this whole prison release scheme and how it's been working over the years, that people who are a great danger and a threat to society are slowly but surely getting shorter and shorter sentences.
We can speak to Mark Thomas, criminal barrister at St John's Buildings in Sheffield. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Well, let's get back to basics. Can you just explain how early releases currently work?
So it's a basic concept that no offender will serve the full length of their sentence. It's very straightforward. There are three main schemes by which someone is released early. They're either released at the 40% mark, so having served 40% of their sentence, at the 50% mark, having served half of their sentence, or for the most serious offenders, they're released having served 2/3 of their sentence. When someone is released, they are released on licence, meaning that they're subject to conditions that are set by the probation service. If they comply with those conditions, then they will remain out of prison for the remainder of their sentence. So they're essentially serving their sentence in the community. If they fail to comply with their conditions, they can be recalled on that licence and be returned to prison.
So what is due to change from September?
So at this moment in time, the default position is that for most offenders, they will be sentenced and they will only serve 40%. There are a number of exceptions to that rule, and those people who are exempted from the 40% will have to serve 50%. From the 2nd of September of this year, those serving 40% and 50%, or who would be serving 40% and 50%, will now only serve 1/3. And those offenders serving 2/3, or would have been serving 2/3, will now serve 50%. So we've gone down from 50 and 40% to 1/3, and from 2/3 down to 50%.
Why has that change been made?
Very simply, the prison population. The Sentencing Act of 2026 was informed by an independent review. That independent review was largely based upon the overcrowding in prisons, and realistically, the explanatory notes to the Sentencing Act, which is essentially demonstrating Parliament's intention, is all to do with the government's response to easing the pressure on the custodial estates. So the short answer is the reason they're being brought in is because of the conditions in the prisons.
Mark, thank you very much for that briefing. Criminal barrister Mark Thomas there.
Well, thanks very much, Mark Thomas. That was it, was it? We don't need any of these useless London media journalists. We just need you, mate, Mark Thomas, to explain exactly what's been going on. But the idea is, it seems, it's that these people will be out on licence, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of indication that people who are a real danger to society, for violent criminals, are going to get much of a worse treatment than others. Anyway, what about this idea that maybe they're clearing out the prisons to put the people we were just hearing from Defend Our Juries in jail?
Well, if you think about it, they are basically putting people who shouldn't be in prison. Meanwhile, they're letting out people who should be in prison. Now, what we really probably needed to do, I mean, the root of all of this, of course, is austerity after 2008. We haven't properly invested in these things, and now, of course, with John Healey as the Chancellor, we've got to save our pennies for a rainy day for the war with Russia. So, can you see, we can't afford to have proper prisons, and therefore we've got to release people early. Now, in actual fact, we should be spending money on all of our public services, including prisons. And, people shouldn't be let out unless there's a very good reason. Some people, frankly, in my view, should never be let out. If they're that dangerous, you don't want to let them out. In Norway, for example, they have they have quite liberal prisons where prisoners get quite a lot of rights when they're in prison, but you're in there permanently. If you're a danger to society, we're not going to let you out. Now, I think all of these things, it's grist to the mill, isn't it? So everybody says, oh, this is terrible, we're letting these people out. The only reason we're letting them out is because there's no money to actually run the prisons properly.
Well, there is, actually. They're just choosing not to spend it. There is money. They can, as we keep hearing, actually, if they really wanted to, they can just get money from the Bank of England. They can borrow money, not from commercial markets, and they can take a Keynesian approach, which says we need to spend money in order to actually kickstart the economy.
Yes, they could. That's all.
Well, the council houses that were built in the 1930s.
Yes, that's true.
Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of council houses, and we were being told there's no money for it. Well, they said yes, there is. We're going to do it.
Yes, okay, that's also true. That they could change the way in which they do public expenditure, but nevertheless, there was no reason for us to have austerity in 2008. It was a waste of time.
Well, yes, don't get stuck in their mindset, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying, that's the point I'm making, is all of the things that are going wrong in this country is because we haven't invested in them properly, because we've actually bailed the banks out. If we put the bankers in the prison, that's what should have happened.
Right, yeah.
That's what happened in Iceland. The top bankers were sent to prison. They renationalised their banking system, and then they get set off to do what was necessary.
And in China, they don't have anything like private banks.
No, and of course, if you're found to be corrupt in China, even if you're a very senior person, you are executed.
By the way,
they don't put you in prison; they shoot you in the head.
I have to point out, you said a few times on this show that the education is free in China. It's not.
Not entirely, but it's not.
University education is definitely not free. You have to pay for it. So,
yes, but they have to pay fees, but the fees are nothing like the real cost. Okay?
Maybe. Anyway, every time you say something about China, I have to double check it, because I think you're just slightly obsessed with the Chinese being wonderful.
Well, no, it's not wonderful, but they've achieved.
Their railways are certainly better than our railways.
Well, that's right. They've achieved an awful lot. Don't forget, in 1949, it was one of the poorest countries in the world.
It's like somebody somewhere on a remote galaxy looked down at Earth, and there was a giant switch, and they switched this switch saying the empire is going over to China now, and that's where the empire is going to be.
Well,
everything's going to be made there.
It's not a question of switching switches. China was the most developed society in the world.
Like one of those Frankenstein switches. It's like clunk.
Well, that's
now going to be China.
That presumes somebody's actually in charge.
I think they are, yeah.
No,
I
what's
think
actually
bankers
happened
are.
is the Chinese, having kicked out foreign influence after what they call the century of humiliation, they are now coming back. But throughout most of human history, China was the most developed part of the world.
Well, I think it's more like Freemasons and triads and people like that make these big decisions with the banks. But anyway, back in Britain, things are not good on our railways at all. They're wonderful in China. I'd agree with you on that, Martin.
So there you are. You're on the platform. It's freezing, it's drizzly, it's wet, it's the UK. You look up at the board and it says delayed. And then it says cancelled. And then it says delayed again. Like someone at the desk is either having a seizure or a laugh at your expense. And you've done this calculation 100 times, haven't you? Can I be late? Can I reschedule? You know what? How much is a taxi? But underneath all of it, there's this thought that you can't shake. Wait, I paid for this. Yeah, right. But here's the bit that nobody told you. While you're standing there in the cold and wet, staring at that board, the company that cancelled your train was getting paid. Not in spite of the cancellation. No. Not after some penalty knocked a bit off. They're getting paid the full amount. Same day, same as the train that ran perfectly and that you got home on time. And that's not a metaphor. That is the contract, word for word, clause by clause, and both main parties have put their names on it. This is how Britain's railways were privatised. This is how they're managed. This is what it's costing you. And this is what's finally partially changing, though not quite as much as they're letting on. Before anything else, there is one thing I need you to understand. Everything else, every scandal, every fine, every fraud, it just flows directly from this. When British Rail was privatised under John Major between 1993 and 1997, the pitch was simple. Private companies would compete for the right to run specific routes. They'd bid for a franchise. They'd collect the fares. They'd carry the risk. If they ran a terrible service and passengers stopped using it, well, then they'd lose money. So they had every reason not to. Market discipline, accountability through competition, simple, logical. Completely not what happened on Southern Rail. In 2014, the government handed the Thameslink Southern and Great Northern franchise, the biggest franchise in the country, covering Southern Rail, Thameslink, Great Northern and the Gatwick Express, to a company called Govia Thameslink Railway, owned by the Go Ahead Group. And this was by no means a standard franchise. Under this contract, every penny of fare revenue went directly to the Department for Transport. Your season ticket money, straight to the government. In return, Govia received a fixed fee, £8.9 billion over 7 years. Not based on performance, not based on how many passengers travelled, no, not based on whether the trains actually ran, but a fixed price, guaranteed. So think about that and what it means in practice. If a train runs perfectly, Govia got paid. If the trains were cancelled, Govia got paid. If you stood on the platform at Clapham Junction for an hour watching the board flip between delayed and cancelled and delayed again, Govia still got paid. The money came whether the trains did or not.
So that's Andy Roberts. You might have recognised him from Fine Print. And he's just explaining some of the crazy stuff that goes on in our modern trains. I mean, it's like the energy market. It's just a whole thing's a racket, basically. And even though it's very difficult for these companies to make money, so much, in fact, that many of them have just gone bust and been taken over by the government, the idea is pretty simple, that the people who are making all the money from our need to get around by train are what's called the Roscoes. That's the rolling stock companies. So I had quite a amazing story the other week when I was down in East Sussex, Hastings. I was told there that the trains that were being hired to the train operating company down there to run up to Ashford for a few days, the Roscoe, the rolling stock company, said, oh, well, actually they're not working, so we can't hire the trains to you. And so what they did is they phoned up one of these old companies that does old-fashioned trains, and they actually hired a train more cheaply from this old Heritage Railway to run run backwards and forwards between Hastings and Ashford than the official one, because they're so expensive. And they were even talking to them about maybe we should do this more often. So the train operating companies are actually running the trains and doing as he explains there. But the real devils in this whole thing are the ones who are day to day hiring out these trains to the train operator. They're making an absolute fortune, Martin, and guess what? They're all owned by banks.
Well, that's right. I mean, as you say, in China, the train system is run by the government, as it used to be here. And of course, they're investing heavily in it. They've massively increased their train coverage for in the last few years. A huge increase.
The other thing that happens is that when they're hiring these trains, the train operating companies can hire one that's half as long, and then they only pay half for the train.
Well, that's right. So in other words, the whole thing has become a money-making scam for the people on the inside. And anybody could have predicted that when the privatisation was pushed through. It was the very last thing privatised. And as some people said at the time, this is going to be the poll tax on wheels for the Conservative Party. And of course, something like the train system, that allows people to commute into work and so on, is absolutely essential to the functioning of an effective economy. So allowing people to profiteer off it like this, and if you remember when they first privatised the railways, there were loads of accidents. You remember the Hatfield disaster and all these other things because they stopped doing the maintenance properly.
Well, Richard Cottrell talks all about this. Thank you for helping me there to make a nice little link into Doctor Who, ? Atomic Bomber Beeching and His War on the Railways by Richard Cottrell. This book has been printed up by me recently. You can get an e-copy from Amazon, but I've just finished reading it, and I find it absolutely fascinating reading. This is almost like Richard Cottrell night, his book about NATO and Gladio, as well as the Doctor Who book. He's done, I think, an amazing job, really, in looking at exactly the disaster that Beeching was. He comes to the conclusion that there was a deliberate effort, basically, in the 1960s, Martin, to shut down railways, and that the secret hidden agenda, which Ernest Marples, who was the Transport Minister, also owned a road construction company that built the Hammersmith flyover and various other large stretches of motorway, was to actually shut all railways that they possibly could.
Yes, because the lobby was from the car industry and the oil industry. And another interesting twist on Gladio was that what they tended to attack was public transport infrastructure, like Bologna railway station, like the underground on 77. So eventually, can you see why that would make logical sense? Yeah. So the road lobby actually chose the targets.
So Beeching didn't really know anything about accounts or railways, but he did know how to keep a secret. He was a metallurgist on the British atomic bomb project.
Yeah, and I understand. I've read extracts from the book. I mean, the arguments for closing things down were totally sort of ad hoc arguments. There was no proper discussion of whether things were viable or not viable. Don't forget, you've got to subsidise some things. All the commuter trains running into London, you have to subsidise them.
But you don't have to subsidise them. Just a minute. One of the things he points out in the book is that these Roscoes, the rolling stock companies, are taking so much money out of it. If they weren't doing that, we wouldn't have to subsidise the railways.
Listen, the biggest loss-making section of British Rail as it used to be is all the commuter trains going into London, because we've got all this infrastructure, very expensive infrastructure.
I don't know that that's
true. It's only used twice a day.
No, it's not. I mean, they're used to... that was one of the most profitable parts of the railway.
No, it wasn't. It's the intercity trains which are more profitable.
But no,
anyway, the point is that it should be treated as...
in the book. Because Richard knew his stuff, Martin,
yes, okay,
right? Let me just read out from the book. Travel occupies at least a quarter of one's working life, says Richard. It's the largest single activity in which human beings communally indulge. It's the largest industry in any developed economy. In Britain, without it, what we are pleased to call civilization would stop. up. It came about that the railways in Britain were butchered for much of the same reasons as Tinseltown's red cars. This is, he talks about how Standard Oil and Firestone Tire and Rubber Company bought up the streetcars in the United States and shut them down so people would have to buy their own cars, namely to placate and aid a powerful political lobby in favour of the car and the truck. Similarly, between the United Kingdom and the United States similarity is scarcely a coincidence. This pair of transatlantic partners have evolved virtually identical systems of governance, with the result that American airports are much like Britain's, perfectly revolting. On the European continent, the kind of joined-up planning which proponents of freebooting capitalism gleefully deride owes its origins to the French Revolution and the influence of Napoleonism. That scent of empirical collectivism alone is enough to make it dangerously suspect, yet Europeans enjoy more of everything in the world of transport. It's better arranged, more efficient and affordable. Planning, or odious dirigism, if you will, is the answer. And that's where he sort of finishes the book. But he's pointing out that how important transport is to everybody. And it's like we've all been driven on to use the car from the railways. When I was growing up, and you were growing up, everyone used to use public transport almost all the time. You know, it depends on if you were in the country, maybe you needed a car, but you didn't anywhere else because there was decent public transport everywhere. So as we've now been driven into the car, we're now being told, oh, you can't have a car in a city anymore. If you live in a city, you're going to have to just get rid of your car. But there's no public transport to take its place.
Well, it's called planning as opposed to just a free-for-all, isn't it?
The idea is if people are going to get around nowadays, they're going to have to pay a fortune to do it. And it's just like whether it's the cost of living crisis in terms of energy and rents and things like that, we're being taken for a ride.
Well, that's right. And, of course, the Chinese plan their economy. And we used to make attempts to plan our economy. I mean, you know, British Rail was nationalised in the 1940s, and the idea was we're going to have an overall plan for what we're going to do with it. So once you privatise it, you just turn it into a dog's breakfast. That is not what they've been doing in China. They've been building out new public infrastructure.
It's a lovely book, this. One of the chapters is The Importance of Being Earnest. Marple. It's a real polemic, and so I'll put a link up to it if you want to buy a copy of that or download one of Richard's ones, an ebook, on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. He's got also a lot of reverence for the old way of doing things with these old railways. He's got a whole chapter or whole section on the Somerset and Dorset line, which was what a lot of the people up north used to come down for their holidays for a week, like a works holiday, that sort of thing. Everyone from a whole factory. The factory would shut for a week, and everyone, Martin, would come down to the south coast and have a party, have a swim around in the middle of the summer.
Yes,
that was Somerset and Dorset. There's also the Great Central Railway.
Yes, well, I mean, that's how it used to work.
Which was designed, sorry to interrupt you again, was designed to run under the Channel Tunnel. They even started building a Channel Tunnel. And the railway itself was built in the end of the 1800s to fit in with all of the dimensions of European railways. They were really thinking ahead, these people, as they were building these railways.
Yeah, I mean, having an overall plan of what you're trying to do is often quite a good idea. And, of course, we've given up on that because the market will do everything. We just, I don't know, maybe the market's going to bring us all little jetpacks, Tony, so we can all just move around with little jetpacks.
Or drones, maybe we can go around with the drones. But anyway, it goes into a lot of detail about how this has been such an irritating disaster. And I did, before he died, I did interview Richard. Let's have a listen now to Richard talking about his book himself. Richard Cottrell, that is, the author of Doctor Who. And many people, particularly youngsters, haven't heard of this chap.
Well, this is hardly surprising, isn't it? Because you have to be of a certain generation, I think, where the mention of the words Dr. Beeching make your blood run cold. Because you'll have forgotten that there used to be a railway station in the town or the village where you live, which is now just a grassy embankment, where formerly happy and joyous people joined trains and went all over the UK, and indeed eventually one supposes all over the world. And Beeching it was, the mass murderer of branch lines and railway stations in the 1960s, who instigated a kind of, how can we put it, a holocaust of the railway system in the UK. This was not conducted, as the governments of those days pretended, in the interests of producing better value for money, cutting costs, rooting out subsidies, all the usual claptrap. It was about closing down the railways in order to drive people and lorries onto the roads in ever-increasing numbers to drive the new fantasy of the internal combustion engine revolution, which was supposed to bring happiness and fantasia and joy to all of us forever.
Well, so what was the motive, Richard? Sorry, I had to interrupt you, but what was the motive behind that? I mean, surely for most of us, we think, well, actually, the car was actually a more convenient technology that actually won fairly with the railways by superseding it, because people could actually drive from door to door with their car.
If that were true, which it's not, then it would rule today as the presiding rule. More people have cars today than ever before. More people have more than one car than ever before. Multi-car households are normal. So how do you explain then that railway passenger transport has now started to approach 2 billion passengers annually, which is a figure which has exceeded the last known peak, which was in 1948. So it isn't just about being able to go from door to door. Of course, the car offers special and extra conveniences in that fact. You don't catch a train to church on Sunday mornings or go to the pub, but you do use it for longer distance, medium-sized trips. It is necessary in many areas as an essential form of communication. So, in effect, you're repeating the old canard that Beeching and his crew came up with, which was, we don't need the railways anymore. We've got cars now, so we should close everything down except a skeletal network which will connect a few important cities with London.
What about the arguments that were put forward at the time? This is in 1963 for this. One of the main ones being that the railways simply weren't making any money. Another one being that it was actually difficult to connect. You know, trains would arrive at the main line station, and people would get off that train just to see a train disappearing off in the distance on the branch line.
Who was responsible for that, Tony? Ask yourself the question. This was part of the subliminal Beeching cuts. In order to cut the branches off the trunk, these failure of connections at important junctions and interchanges were deliberately arranged. It was very simple. That way you could stem the flow of traffic and direct it away from the main spinal system of the railway. It was quite specific. I studied it more or less at the time. But you asked a very important question just before that. You accused the railways of losing money. They were not. I prove in my book that from 1948 onwards, to the period where Beeching was installed as the Genghis Khan of the railways, they were in fact operating at a profit. The difficulty was that the governments of those times succeeded in an extraordinary sleight of hand. They forced the railways to borrow money from the Treasury at extortionate rates of interests in order to cover ordinary everyday expenses. This was a kind of repeat of the Danegeld of King Alfred's day, if you look at it in those terms. They also had another ruse up their sleeves, which was even more clever. They forced the railways to, and this is quite extraordinary, it could have happened in the Soviet Union, but it certainly happened in the UK. They forced the railways to back pay the government for building the railways in the first place, despite the fact that no railway had ever been built anywhere in the United Kingdom with public money. Quite uniquely, the British railway system was built entirely by private entrepreneurs. This was not the case in the continent.
What about freight, Richard? Because this is one of the things I think many people like me curse the amount of lorries on our roads today. Now, almost all of that freight used to be managed by the state. In fact, I think it was the British Transport Commission somehow, or British Road Services, had somehow sort of nationalised that. And actually, you could actually turn up even with a box of chickens at a railway station and get them shipped to anywhere in the country. I mean, surely that just wasn't practical to carry on like that.
Why? Why is it not practical? It's exactly what happens now, except that it's not done by the railways anymore. It's done by courier companies. The railway had an extremely good courier system. Years and years ago, several hundred years ago, I was a reporter on the Wellington Weekly News down in Somerset. And on printing day, which was Wednesday, I went down to the station at 7:23 in the morning in order to put a parcel, or envelope really, on board an early morning train from Wellington to Exeter St David, where it would be picked up by a representative of the Express and Echo Company and then taken to the printing works, and the Wellington Weekly News would be printed on the basis of that important information which had been delivered. The railways had developed an almost seamless system of passing parcels, small objects, large objects, wagon-sized objects, capable of being delivered within hours or at best overnight. Now, this system was destroyed in order to pass the advantage away from public enterprise to private enterprise. Some people can still remember the Red Star parcel system, which British Rail used to run. It was brilliant, absolutely superb. This was broken up in order to benefit private courier companies. But you also have to remember that way into the 1960s, it was still possible for a single wagon to be picked up in a railway station, say 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, taken to the nearest hub, which could be anywhere you would care to name. Let's just choose a couple of places in the west of England, Taunton, Bridgewater, Gloucester, Cheltenham and so forth, put on an overnight link and delivered at the crack of dawn the following morning to the destination. This was a system which was seamless in transit. It had been working for years, working for the best part of 100 years, but it was all smashed to pieces in order to benefit the road transport lobby, which delivers at far greater costs, hugely greater costs, than the railways were accustomed to charging. The railways have to meet all their own charges. They have no way of getting out of the fact that they are responsible for all their own infrastructure charges, the track, signalling, railway stations, junctions, whatever. A road transport, a lorry, uses the roads free at the point of use from the perception of the owner and the driver. There is no serious levy on road transport which contributes to the cost of maintaining roads, building roads whatsoever.
Well, what about car tax?
All its own infrastructure costs.
Richard, what about car tax, for example, for lorries? Is much more than for cars, isn't it?
Tony, don't frighten me with demons at Christmas. Car tax contributes nothing. It used to be known as the road fund license. There is not a single person left alive anywhere in the civil service or anywhere in the political establishment who thinks that a single sou of road tax goes to building or maintaining roads. And even if it did, it would build about 100 yards, not more. Railways must pay everything themselves. Road transport has absolutely no serious charge levied upon it for using the roads. It's very simple. So we've got an unequal balance between two different forms of competition. It would be much better if it were coordinated together and both railways and roads worked together, as was postulated in the dying days of the private companies in 1947.
Now, just remind us of the title of your book, because it's actually all about the man Beeching himself, isn't it? And who exactly was he?
Well, wait a minute. It's not all about Beeching himself. What I've done is to try to open up the entire transport debate in the UK. And what I've said is that Dr. Beeching is a classic example of the dystopian ability of British transport planners to get absolutely everything wrong, given the chance. Starting with Beeching, going through to the Concorde, the aviation disasters, Crossrail, the long delays to building a motorway network in the UK, the last country in developed Europe to have a motorway system. All of these flow from the inability of transport planners and politicians to get a grasp of issues as distinct from the UK. As distinct from other countries such as France, Spain, Italy, even of all places, Sweden, all of whom have a much more dynamic and coordinated approach. But to ask me about Beeching, who was he? Most people think he was an accountant, a bean counter, but he was hired from Imperial Chemical Industries to run his bean counting measures over the British railway system, work out what was losing money, work out what was paying money, and then apply the axe. He wasn't an accountant at all. He was a physicist. And he was involved in the very early stages onwards in the development of what became the British A-bomb project. He was a brilliant physicist, actually, was a great specialist in metallurgy and tube alloys and blending alloys. And his significant contribution to the atom bomb project was to design the tube down which a projectile would be fired in early forms of atomic bombs in order to set off an atomic explosion. He was based at Fort Halstead in Ghent during the war. He ended up as deputy chief engineer in charge of that establishment. It was at that establishment that the atomic bomb project was hatched after the British were thrown out of the Manhattan project on the basis of loose lips sink ships. But he was never, ever an accountant. He was a physicist. And the way he came to the railways is very strange indeed. He came to the railways because most of his fellow physicists had connections in one way or another to Imperial Chemical Industries, which was the kernel, the nut and bolt of the British military imperial complex. And it was in that position that he made so many friends amongst scientists who gravitated to Imperial Chemical Industries, or who came from there, who showered honours upon Dr. Beeching and raised him up to a director of Imperial Chemical Industries before the beginning of the railway adventure.
Adventure, yes. Sabotage, you might say. But anyway, it's interesting. He's talking there about, that's Richard Cottrell, speaking to me about a decade ago or so, about his book, which we've been discussing here. But ICI was an interesting company. They made explosives, didn't they? So they were very key, really, in the military-industrial complex. And he'd come straight from there as chairman.
Well, I was born or brought up in Widnes, which is where the headquarters of Imperial Chemical Industries used to be.
Wasn't it over in Middlesbrough? No? I thought.
Well, obviously, I were the big employers in Widnes when I was a kid.
Yeah,
and the local rugby league team was known as the Chemics. That was their nickname, and they were the best at that in that era. And it was built. Widnes was built in the 1840s on what was a swamp by the Mersey, so it was a very inappropriate place really to have a chemical industry. And of course, the air quality used to be absolutely atrocious. But of course, it all closed down. It's all gone. It's now sort of post-industrial place, but it used to be, the classic chimney smoking. Industrial town.
What about tube alloys? We heard about there. That was the covert name, wasn't it? As a secret code name for the British atomic bomb. And he also touches on this idea of careless talk costing lives. Well, we've talked about that on this programme a fair number of times, which is that Victor Rothschild, who was the head of security at MI5, was giving all of the British electronic secrets during the war over to Stalin. And in fact, he did such a good job that Stalin rewarded him by voting for the creation of the State of Israel. This is actually Roland Perry's book, The Fifth Man. So the Americans were quite right at the Manhattan Project to say, no, although we promised to share all this with you, we're not sharing anything, because we actually believe that the British state is just leaking stuff.
Yeah, well, Klaus Fuchs was a German who, he wasn't Jewish, he was actually a son of a Protestant pastor. He was an anti-Nazi, and as a teenager he had to flee from Germany, and he came to Britain, and he was a scientist, he was a physicist, and he was also involved in developing the British nuclear weapon. But of course he was in fact a communist agent, and he had always been.
So the Americans were right to say don't.
Well, yeah, but
it's another thing involved.
No, they're
in all
not
this.
necessarily right. It's probably good that Stalin got nuclear weapons.
Well, no, they were right to say that we can't
from
trust
their point of view.
We were right to say we can't trust the British
with
this information about how to make an atom bomb.
No.
They were quite right, and so what about this whole idea about the oil industry? He's making some in the book anyway, making some comparisons with the United States, the big oil companies, Standard Oil, closing down public transport in the United States, and effectively that's what Beeching was doing here.
Yeah, I mean, the Seven Sisters, as they used to call them, the big multinational oil companies, you know, British Petroleum, Shell and all the rest of them, they used to dominate the international oil market, which means you dominate the world market. This is exactly what Trump's strategy is now, is to try and dominate the world.
Yeah, but it's all falling
market,
apart.
so you can then bully people by saying, well, if you don't do what we say, we're not going to give you any oil. But of course, it's the Iranians who are now saying to them, no, we've got the oil and you can't have it unless you do what we want. And of course, they haven't really got an answer for that, apart from getting the nuclear weapons out.
This is all kind of ongoing because of the way that this has been privatised. The trains stop across northwest England after power cut hits signalling centre. This is just yesterday. Passengers awaiting Northern and Transpennine trains advised not to travel, with cancellations and other services delayed. National Rail Inquiry's website warned passengers of major disruption on Thursday afternoon, with trains in the whole Greater Manchester area just stopping. They've got some power failure. You know what, this in the signalling place, so this reminds me very much of the Spanish shutdown of their electric grid. It's just everything is dependent on some computer. For the whole of the northwest of England is dependent on one computer to run all of its signalling for the trains. So if that gets hacked, or there's a little problem with it, or maybe even just a little a power switch gets tripped, then everything stops. Every single train has to then stop. It's all very. The old-fashioned analog system seems to me a lot better.
Well, when you mention the Spanish case, don't forget that they were already at that stage incurred the ire of the Israelis because of their position.
Ooh.
Yep. And of course,
as we were hearing from David Miller,
yes.
The Israelis have got lots and lots of their people out in IT.
That's right.
So if they want to shut you down, they can.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, this relates to what happened in Ceuta last week. Yeah. That the Israelis basically say, you know, nice little country you've got here. Shame if anything should happen to it. Oh, your train system has broken down. What do you think that was? Now, sometimes it's just because it's broken down, but sometimes it's because they're actually doing things to make people realise, you know, we can do this if we want.
The petrodollar, is it finished? Because that's
Not
what
yet.
it seemed. I mean, it was the Bitter Lake meeting. I think it was in 1944, wasn't it? Between it might have been Roosevelt or it was
Roosevelt.
Was it? With
talking to the then
Abdulaziz,
king
who was the king of Saudi Arabia, and this was where that deal was done. Like, you know, we want your oil, and this oil will be then sold around the world to prop the petrodollar up.
Well, no, at that stage, don't forget, the dollar was still on gold. It's when Nixon took the dollar off gold in 1971.
Black gold.
And basically the petrodollar then became the key to it. Yeah. So everybody's got to have dollars to buy
petrol. But isn't that crumbling now?
It is crumbling.
Which is why the Americans are getting so irate.
Well, that's right. But I mean, at the same time, they've been selling Venezuela's oil onto the international market for dollars. It's being put in a bank account, supposedly to be shared with the Venezuelans. But I don't think the Venezuelans are getting any money from it. And in actual fact, it looks like quite a lot of Trump's friends are actually purloining the money for themselves. It's not even going into the general budget.
Well, we've had
dealing with here is
we've had the profits this week of oil companies. BP announcing a quarterly profit up 50%.
Well, that's what's going to happen in a situation like this.
They're doing very nicely. Got any BP shares, Martin?
What should happen is, like in Russia, when the price goes up, the money goes into the pockets of the government because they own it.
Is it feasible?
As we used to own it.
Is it feasible?
BP used to be owned by the British government.
Is it feasible to renationalise any of these? They really don't seem to want anything to be renationalised, do they?
No, I
think
the nationalisation will come in through the back door once we've had a good old crash and everything's fallen through the floor. Then the only thing to do is for the government to pick up the pieces.
I think it's much more likely that the pips are going to be made to squeak bit by bit, like frogs being boiled. People are going to have money and their property and their assets taken off them bit by bit. And
lots of people haven't got any assets.
Well, we've got
most people on the planet haven't got any assets to be taken off them.
Okay, but we're talking about this country right now. That's what we're talking about.
Half
BP,
the population haven't got any assets.
We're talking about BP. Well, the other half that do have assets are going to have them slowly taken off them.
No, we need to take the assets off the wealthy, so they can be redistributed to the poor. Because that's the
you mean to
system.
the elites? You mean to the banks?
Between 1945 and 1973, real wages in this country rose year on year without fail. And of course, the top rate of tax in 1955 in this country was 95%. And if we're all going to war...
So everyone with property is going to have to lose it for you. And what's the point of that?
In China, the previous ruling class were executed and all the stuff was taken off them. Because there was a big civil war where 27 million people died.
You're shouting. So the state has got to own everything, has it?
No,
that's your little system.
I'm a socialist, not a communist.
But it won't be the state, I'm afraid. It won't be a state. It will be private banks. And
the private banks are about to go bust.
No,
and when they go bust, we shouldn't bail them out.
They're not going to go bust if they get hold of everyone's property, are they?
No, what they're hoping is that they can work the crash and they can use that money to buy everything.
Anyway, there's certainly lots of crazy. There's certainly a lot of crazy stuff going on. And one of the people who's making sure that crazy stuff goes on is called Curtis Yarvin. He's an accelerationist, and he was interviewed recently by the BBC.
The conflict of the period is essentially the people have always been against mass migration. Mass migration happens. Therefore, there is a lack of power there. Obviously, it's in these institutional meritocratic structures with these ancient brand names, right?
Can we save the bulk of the chat for the bench?
Absolutely. So actually, the amount that he has is not actually very high. It's actually very low.
Okay. And just to sum up, because unfortunately this is a documentary where we have limited time in the film to cover this. In the simplest possible terms, how would you define your ideal political system?
I would define it as an accountable monarchy. I think that people can very easily see that there's a very simple analogy between a company and a state. When we look at any functional structure that involves more than a few people, we always see that it is organized as a monarchy. We always see a pyramid-shaped org chart. A company has a CEO, an army has a general, a film has a director. This is just nothing other than monarchism. So the patchwork system is an idea that's orthogonal to that. It's the idea that the greatest human flourishing has been seen historically in periods with large numbers of small states.
So what we're talking about here is a collection of kind of city-states run by CEO monarch type figures. But fundamentally, you're talking about a monarchy, right?
Fundamentally, I'm talking about a monarchy.
You're talking about a monarchy. You know, if we were alive during the time of the Tudors, if a noble did something bad to us, we would have no way to hold them to.
That's a completely...
And we wouldn't be nobles.
That's a completely... Well, two things. One is that actually we would be, because the thing is, one of the things you see historically is...
we'd be peasants if they tried to do anything to us. We would have no courts or legal system to turn to.
If you're, first of all, I don't know where
statistically we would be peasants.
You have this caricature of, have you ever read, how much do you know about the world before, 1900?
Okay, let's talk about the world after 1900. So could blockchain technology be used to implement the kind of monarchy CEO system?
Well, it could be used in two ways. It can be used to implement a corporation-like structure on the blockchain, so a monarchy that's essentially accountable to something like a board of directors. Now, when you look at a corporation, in a way, it's a kind of virtual state. It's like a state at a lower level. It pretends to be a state, but Microsoft can't really attack Oracle by sending, troops of thugs to Oracle's headquarters to go beat up the engineers.
Right.
Although they probably should.
Right, so that's Curtis Yarvin. Quite an interesting little chit-chat. I think you'd agree, Martin. Really, they would consider themselves accelerationists. He and Nick Land, my old school friend, with a kind of a board of directors controlling a monarchy. And that's how he sees the way that we should completely get rid of almost all government except businesses and these kind of monarch characters that the businesses would be associated with.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same kind of fantasies you've got in Ayn Rand's book, Atlas Shrugged. They have the idea that they are such geniuses that they ought to be in charge.
Isn't this really just a way of sort of trying to change society so that they're in total control of it?
Yes. I mean, it's pretty transparent, isn't it? And who should be the monarch, Curtis? Well, obviously me. Yeah. Now, of course, monarchies are hereditary. So he's having a board of directors, right? So who's going to be the board of directors? Well, that'll be the shareholders. So what we're really talking about is a dictatorship by the wealthy over the rest of society, without any checks and balances for the ordinary folk. And in actual fact, of course, that is what we've got now. But there's some pretense of democracy. But of course, they're just saying, well, let's forget about the democracy. Let's just have wealthy people in charge of everything because they know everything anyway.
Quite interesting about mass migration, really. What he's saying is that this is something that proves that democracy doesn't work. We need to be able to take over in order to stop it.
Well, I mean, what's happened is that mass migration has been massively encouraged by all the wars that we've created, especially in the Middle East. Let's call it the Middle East. You know, in the last 20, 30 years, we've smashed up Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya. We've smashed all these places to pieces, and that's created mass migration. The big push was in 2015, when we were fighting to get rid of Assad, and of course the British Special Forces and Intelligence Services were using our taxes to arm Al-Qaeda and ISIS inside Syria, because we've always been aligned with Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
It's not so difficult.
They're not the enemy.
It's not so difficult to run things like a monarchy when you have a compliant monarch like we presently have, Charles III. You can help them to just do this if they want to. Now, of course, there was a series we played a little bit from it a few weeks ago. It's called "What's the Monarchy For?" By David Dimble. But let's have another dip into that. This is from their episode 2 of that series, which is about tax exemptions for the monarchs.
Over the years, the Queen and her advisors achieved an extraordinary feat.
God save the King!
God save the King! By the time of Charles's coronation, he didn't just inherit the crown.
I am deeply aware of this great inheritance.
Astonishingly, he inherited more wealth than any monarch for generations. And on top of that, the sovereign grant that funds his public duties is more than it ever was during the Queen's reign. To understand why, it helps to do something that is slightly indelicate, which is to work out how much the King himself actually is worth, what he owns privately, and what's ours as a nation. And it's a particularly tall order because if you ask them directly how much is the King worth, you're met with a stony silence. How big a team were you working on?
Had about 12 of us. The actual task involved in answering a question, how wealthy is the King, is vastly more complicated than it is to pose the question. Our team spent months trying to establish what we could see, what we couldn't see, and then we try to assign values of everything that they own. There are a huge number of properties that are associated with the royal family. Buckingham Palace, they don't own that. It's what we would call owned in right of the crown. A dressed up way of saying it belongs to the United Kingdom.
So they can't sell it?
No. You've got Kensington Palace, you've got St James's Palace, you've got Clarence House. These are all properties that are owned in right of the crown.
And do they live rent-free?
The King, for the most part, yes.
So that you or I would have to pay rent to live in these places?
That's very true, but they're not a normal family.
What private houses does the King have?
There's actually only really 2. Sandringham Estate, a vast estate which includes residential properties, tenant farmers, the village of Ammar. Second big private property, Castle Balmoral. That's not just a castle, that's huge swathes of land.
Private property in all how much?
All in all £330 million, we think.
So what are their jewels that they're famous for, the royal family?
Find something for the sapphires.
Diamonds and tiaras and necklaces.
They're the most incredible pieces you've ever seen. And for the most part, privately owned. This is a nice piece of jewellery, right? If you sold it, it would raise a pretty penny. But if you then tell people, oh, and by the way, did you know Queen Elizabeth owned this and she wore this? The price goes through the roof.
Of course.
Nobody can calculate what the Windsor premium is. So we think, like, applying a kind of very, very conservative premium of 10 times, we think those are worth about £533 million, bare minimum.
What about this? What's this great thing? stamps?
It is the most comprehensive collection of stamps in the world, by far. Bare minimum £100 million.
So nothing rivals their collection of jewellery, nothing rivals their collection of stamps, livestock, bloodstock, horses.
Livestock, horses.
Where did you go on horses?
The Queen was very, very enthusiastic about horses. She collected a stable worth about £27 million. Art is the hardest one to value.
There are corridors lined with great masterpieces.
But again, you've got to distinguish between the publicly owned art and the privately owned art. There is no kind of publicly available listing of the art they privately own. So one of the ways that we assessed this was just to go through the photos they have produced of the residences where they live. For example, there is a Monet on the walls in one of the palaces, but we think it's privately owned. Based on what we can tell what they privately own, we think about £24 million, but that's probably a very significant underestimate.
Toss it all up, what do you come to?
Altogether, that's 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion pounds?
Yeah, it's very probably an underestimate. Because I would imagine that more of it is things that are harder to see, the invisible assets, things like shares.
What was the reaction when you came up with this figure for all this wealth?
Well, they didn't like it very much. They said it was a creative mix of sort of speculation and assumption and inaccuracy. But in that case, what's your figure? And it's when you don't get answers to reasonable questions, you start to wonder why there isn't a simple answer.
Well, it sounds to me as if these are the people that we need to tax. And also, of course, a lot of this stuff which is supposedly not owned by the royal family privately, we don't have any access to it at all, Martin. So why it's only nominally in the public ownership.
Well, I was shocked to find out some years ago that they actually own the land rights to our continental shelf. It doesn't belong to the government, right, yes, it belongs to them.
That's interesting. I mean, this is where when you're starting to drill for oil or build wind farms, suddenly the tampon Charlie starts coining it, doesn't he?
Yes, and in actual fact, what you could say, if we were to abolish the monarchy, we could say that all that stuff actually belonged, because of course in Ireland, when they got the Republic, all the land reverted to the Irish people. So in theory, it previously had belonged to the monarch, but now it doesn't. It all in theory belongs to the Irish people.
They said that here in the English Civil War, didn't they?
Well, no, they didn't.
They did.
The levelers and the diggers were talking about doing it, but it didn't happen because obviously the wealthy classes got together to make sure it didn't happen.
Correct. So as we start to wind down now, I've got this little feature about Crystal Palace. So this is in November 1936. The context of it all is it's kind of the end of the British Empire. But anyway, this guy, Robert Knowles, was a fireman, and he, when he retired, spent much of his time investigating this fire. He believed that it was not as it was said. It took apparently the emergency services an inordinate amount of time to actually get to Crystal Palace to put the fire out. For anyone that doesn't know, this used to be on a big hill in South London, not far from where I was brought up and my family. And right on the very top of the hill was this gigantic, amazing Crystal Palace where the Great Exhibition was being held. And it was a big symbol of the British Empire, and it burnt down in 1936. In the background to it all, there was a competition going on, and the Baird Company, who were just developing the very first television in the 1930s, there was a competition between the Baird Company and EMI, that's right, up at Alexandra Palace on the other side of London, on a hill in North London, and they were both competing for the system to which was going to be Britain's television in the future, the BBC competition, and this competition was actually running when Baird's studios were all burnt down. But anyway, that's just one potential reason why it may have been arson, and you're going to hear from Robert Knowles some pretty extraordinary information about why he believed it was arson too, this former fireman that investigated it and wrote a book about it in his retirement.
Let's look at what we've got. At 7 o'clock, we probably had fire number 1 behind the organ. At 7:25, fire number 2 in the ladies' cloakroom. Some minutes later, fire number 3 in the Egyptian fort. More than one fire in differing locations is often the hallmark, the modus operandi, of the fire raiser or arsonist. Add to this a quantity of inflammable liquid lying on a floor, and in a place where such liquids are not normally used or stored, and I should think that the answer is obvious. In that case, we have but two questions to ask. What motivated the fire raisers, and who were they? Arsonists can be motivated by a host of factors. There can be many grey areas in their mental makeup, but usually they break down into these categories. A, the pyromania, being one who gains a twisted self-satisfaction from starting fires. B, one who sets a fire to cover up another crime, for example, murder or robbery. C, one who sets a fire in order to defraud an insurance company. D, revenge, often against an employer. E, political motivation. The classic example most quoted being the burning of the Reichstag Palace in Berlin, either by the Nazis or the Communists. Controversy still rages over that one. The first mentioned, A and B, do not fit the bill. Let's look at C, D and E. During my research, I met many people who genuinely look upon Sir Henry Buckland as being a sinister, shadowy figure, a selfish opportunist who fired the palace in order to collect the insurance money and enrich himself. I believe this to be a gross and cruel libel of a man who, although having many faults, devoted most of his life to the Crystal Palace. The building itself was insured by a first loss policy for £110,000, placed with Lloyd's underwriters. The handle organ was separately insured for £10,000, while other insurances on certain contents amounted to another £70,000. This was a grand total of £190,000. Mr. Henderson of Wells Park Road, Sydenham, clerk of works to Sir Henry, for many years told me that Sir Henry would not spend a penny of the insurance money, not even accrued interest on maintenance essentials. A palace truck was running around without a licence for some years, so obsessive had Sir Henry become about saving every penny. He saw in that insurance money his hope of someday rebuilding his beloved palace, although the sum was pathetically small when related to inflation. Even in 1936 values, £6 million was the estimate for rebuilding. It is on record that when the trustees handed over to the old LCC the insurance money plus 30,000, which was the scrap metal value of the ruined palace, was handed over intact. Let us look now at motive D, a grudge against an employer, a possibility at the palace. Sir Henry Buckland was arrogant, he was vain, he was highly individualistic. Many found him difficult, even impossible to get on with. Some hated him. Mr. Henderson told me that hammers and other tools were dropped near him in the palace. Mr. Marsh, the plumber, bore witness to this, telling me that workmen on the roof and high galleries were known to let tools fall if Sir Henry was about. Irene Buckland put it this way: my father had no time for slackers. He would sack them on the spot. Now, according to Mr. Henderson and Mr. Marsh, Sir Henry's interpretation of the word slacker could and did include people whose face simply didn't fit. On the other hand, if one's face did fit, slacker or not, Sir Henry could be paternalistic, helping out with money if they became sick or were going through a tough spot. With this big stick and carrot brand of industrial relations, Sir Henry was wide open to a grudge-motivated attack. Obtaining evidence to support this theory is now well-nigh impossible, because the personnel records of the employees were destroyed in the fire, and too much time has elapsed. Let us look finally at political motivation. On the 9th of June 1920, the forerunner of what is now the Imperial War Museum was opened at Crystal Palace. During its 4-year run, 5 million people paid to see this armourer's emporium. Among them were ex-German Zeppelin and Gotha crews, who had bombed London during the war. They told Sir Henry Buckland that they had very strict orders not to bomb the Crystal Palace, because it was a perfect marker beacon for London. Now, this is well documented. Lady Buckland very kindly lent me a descriptive booklet about the palace written by Sir Henry, on sale during the 20s and 30s in the palace souvenir shop. In this booklet, Sir Henry relates what the Germans told him. Crystal Buckland flew over the palace in a light aircraft. She told me that when London was hidden by low cloud and fog made the Thames invisible, the Crystal Palace and its towers still stood out above the cloud and fog. On a clear, moonlit night, it was like a huge mirror laid out on the ground. Any airline captain, old enough to remember using Croydon, will tell you that they lined up on the Crystal Palace towers, just as at Heathrow they line up on the Staines gas holders today on a visual approach. On the 7th of March 1936, Hitler reoccupied the Rhineland, demilitarized under the terms of the Versailles Treaty. On May 1st, 1936, Mussolini triumphed over Abyssinia, and in July 1936, the Spanish Civil War commenced. The dictators were on the rampage. I do not subscribe to the view that the government had the palace fired in order to deny the Germans a beacon. But I most certainly do subscribe to the view that the group outside the government probably did. The government, like most reasonable people at the time, believed that Germany had gotten a raw deal at Versailles, and that Chancellor Hitler had a case. There were those, however, who thought otherwise. There were those who saw Hitler as a maniac of ferocious genius, right from the start, and saw Britain to be in terrible danger. At 7 p.m. on November 30th, 1936, someone probably lit a fire under the staging and handle organ. This was the best place, the staging and organ well dried out, with the worst fire risks in the palace. Thwarted by a passerby, they lit a second fire in the ladies' cloakroom, which was still close to the staging and organ. Remember, the wind was from the north. The cloakroom was to the north of the centre transept, the staging and the organ. The ladies' cloakroom was well hidden from the parade and passers-by. Fearful that the second attempt was being thwarted by the intervention of Mr. Clark and Mr. Tullett, they lit a third fire in the Egyptian court, with a trail of inflammable spirit, leading straight to the staging and organ. The motive? Either the working off of a personal grudge against Sir Henry Buckland, or the removal of Hermann Göring's signpost to London. My book is a proposition, based on circumstantial rather than positive evidence. I put the same proposition to you.
So that's Robert Knowles himself in a very rare recording. As you can see, it's a little bit scratchy. Apologies for if it was a few words that dropped out there. But I mean, the point is pretty obvious. His book is called, and I think he's done a superb job, really amazing job. Apparently, the museum at Crystal Palace don't actually want to hear anything that he's got to say. They don't want anything to do with him. They don't sell his book, which is, again, is a little bit peculiar. Why is that? He is a fireman that did an investigation into it. He says the cause of the conflagration that destroyed the Sydenham Crystal Palace on the 30th of November 1936 has intrigued many people, the subject of many a debate since that fateful night. Aided by transcriptions of original documents and new interviews along with fresh information, his well-researched account of events, the late Robert Knowles points us in new directions, gives us many fascinating insights. So there's chapters on the Sydenham Crystal Palace and its building, the years between, the palace restored, a brigade call, and there he talks all about the long delay in anyone actually turning up to put the fire out. One of the other things, Martin, is the context here, which is the 1930s. The Crystal Palace was really finding it difficult to make any money as well. Running out of money, running out of visitors.
Well, obviously, this is the first time I've heard a lot of this stuff. I knew that it had burned down, obviously. But of course, I didn't realise there was all of this controversy surrounding it. But there you are. There's all sorts of interesting things out there, isn't there?
Well, it is, and I think actually it was my 1936. My grandmother. I remember my grandmother. She actually saw it burning from where they lived in Carshalton, between two houses opposite. They could actually see the burning. She remembered it burning down. But this was almost like a symbolic of the end of empire. There's also the fact that it might have been a very good, helpful steer for German bombers in the Second World War to hit London, as it's sticking up above the very clearly above any fog that's on London. You've got the Crystal Palace sticking up above it. Anyway, fascinating, I think, that this may well have been, and in fact, as he says there, 3 different fires all breaking out, plus there being petrol. And this is what they said, is that there was like will of the wisps. That means that you've got someone has put petrol down or some accelerant, And that's the fire just whipping around on top of that after it's been started. So this is definitely not some sort of accident. It's what it seems to me. The likelihood is it's either a financial or some sort of military political motive behind it. And it certainly did symbolise the end of empire. Anyway, we're going to finish this week with Scott Ritter. He's been talking to Mohsin Abbas on the Deep Dive podcast about why faith decides who's going to win in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back to the Shia faithful. Ahmadinejad, when he was elected, he is a proponent of a branch of Twelver Shiism that openly advocates for the return of the Mahdi. Basically, the return of the true imam of the faith that went into hiding after the events of Karbala, etc. And Ahmadinejad was actually suppressed in terms of his faith because the mainstream Iranian theologists and government understood that you can't build a society that's constantly at war, and that you can't sit there and say, well, we're going to openly advocate for continued struggle because only through continual struggle will the conditions be right for the Mahdi to return. Rational, and I apologize for the use of the word, but rational people don't believe in, permanent war. Look at Israel. When I was working with the Israelis back in the 1990s, their rallying call wasn't to slaughter a red heifer at the temple. It was Masada, the Masada complex, the idea that you had to come together to defend yourself from outside oppression. That was sort of the driving ideological force. I do remember a conversation I had with a senior Israeli colonel who was responsible for doing strategic threat assessments. And when he talked about the threats going forward, this is after we had successfully disarmed Iraq, because Iraq was the number one threat for them right after the Gulf War because of weapons of mass destruction, et cetera. But once the weapons inspections, at least from the perspective of Israel, had contained Saddam, they dropped it down. And so I was surprised. I said, how do you rate the number one threat? And I thought Iran would become the number one threat. He said, no, the number one threat to Israel is extreme, Jewish fanaticism, extreme Orthodox Jews who are going to bring in a whole different perspective. And they were being empowered by the immigration of, lots of Slavic Jews out of Poland or out of Ukraine and Russia who came to Israel, not understanding that to survive, Israel had to learn how to peacefully coexist with the Palestinians. These people came in with the mindset that they were going to suppress the Palestinians. In order to do that, they needed to talk about the revival of Greater Israel. And this requires the return of the Messiah, not the Mahdi, but the Messiah.
Right.
And that they need to create to make the preparations for, the resurrection of the temple. Israel doesn't have a constitution. One of the reasons why it doesn't have a constitution is that the state of Israel actually can't exist biblically until the Messiah has returned and the temple has been reconstructed. And so, Israel plays this game. But today, Israel has been captured by extremists.
That's Scott Ritter there. I'll put the full version up on the show page. Martin, it sounds pretty obvious that one of the big threats that they thought to Israel back in the 2003-04 when Scott Ritter was chatting with them is actually materialised. This threat is now real.
Yeah, and I think people like David Miller would say that the expansionist views of the Zionists go back to the foundation of the state. Yeah. So, in a way, Scott Ritter is being, the people he was talking to realised that the danger came from the right wing within Israel, but the right wing within Israel has always been there from the get-go.
Yeah, but it's now, they were saying that this could be, of course, what happened was it 1996 with the death of Rabin and the Netanyahu faction actually being responsible for his assassination of the Prime Minister of Israel. This was extraordinary, it's making sure he didn't do peace with the Palestinians.
That's right. So there was some possibility of a negotiated solution, but I don't think that's at all feasible today.
So Patricia's poem is relating to this, Grist for the Mill. Accuses many wayward scenes to bring him down by any means. Harass, cajole, coerce and wail, all Zionists beyond the pale. Filthy bullies, rotten liars, fabrications to conspire. A precedent now set in stone. Vile Zionists, the finger shown. Unis bought and paid for many, all toe the line for Zion's pennies. Smear campaigns, David surmounted. Now Zionists, this cost accounted. Thank you very much, Patricia. She says that the Jewish National Fund, the early days, she's talking here about Zion's pennies, the early days of the Zionist movement, Jewish communities worldwide collected small change, often referred to as pennies or markot, in distinct blue tins to purchase and cultivate the land. In Palestine. It's a war on God, but God's going to win. Time to sign off now. Thanks very much to Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers and to sound engineer Dave Bazanko, particularly to RIP Richard Cottrell, who's contributed so much to this show, particularly with his NATO book and the Beaching book. You can download this programme as an MP3 from 11 p.m. to listen in the car or anywhere you like. Follow Tony Gosling Censored if you dare on Telegram. Do please share interviews and story tips on the Tony Gosling Censored Telegram group there or elsewhere. You can download this show, full-length interviews. Subscribe to my free weekly newsletter at thisweek.org.uk. This show's repeat at 11 p.m. Fridays, 11 and 5 a.m. and p.m. all week on the stream, except 5 p.m. Monday and to Thursday when you can hear the Richie Allen Show on here live, thanks to Dave's amazing machinations. We're streaming live from Bristol now on the Talk Radio stream at djplugradio.co.uk in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, holylandradio.com at 87.7 FM in West Sweden, Wisconsin, and live on the Bristol Politics Show app. Get that from thisweek.org.uk, just like everything else pretty much. If you can restream us live or rebroadcast, just let me know. I'll credit you here. Have a relaxing and enjoyable weekend. Do please join us for the Bristol Politics Show, hopefully with reform, if they dare, next Friday at 5. God bless. And don't let the synagogue of satanic banksters from the book of Revelation get you down.